Hey, hi. Hopefully, I'm not muted and you can hear me. Thank you so much for joining, and I'm sorry for the super late, super random live stream. Thank you all so much for being here. I am going to be creating my Happy Mail dot cards. Um, And I thought, why do it alone when I could actually do it and hang out with you and chat about art supplies and art and all that good stuff. So thank you so much for joining. I don't know how long it's going to take me, and realistically, because it is 2 a.m. at the moment, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to finish making them, but it is hopefully going to be a nice chill co-working video, if you like, something like that. Hey, Journaling Bloom and Wildflower. Thank you all so much for joining. Just to kind of show you, last time we did the live stream, I did a swatch of my art haul, all inspired by autumn. And these are the colours that I had picked and swatched out, and we spoke about them. And if you want to see that, then be sure to check out the previous video. But as I mentioned there, the reason that I was doing this is because I send out Happy Mail every so often to my awesome members, and as part of that, what that involves is that I look through my watercolors, I look through other watercolors, I think about different themes, different colors that I find inspiring, and this month it was autumn. And then once I've figured out like the theme, the colors that I want, I then put it together and create dot cards, which is what I'm going to be doing. I include letters, and sometimes I include some extra bonuses, like sometimes I'll include watercolor paper or an art print that I've made or something. Oh, listening while traveling home, good. Welcome, Sharmak. And Ren, thank you so much for joining. Yeah, I really am a night owl, and I've just finished night shifts, so it's been a hard transition back to days, which I am yet to make. But yeah, that's essentially what I do in the Happy Mail and what people will receive. The other thing that I should say is that that's not all that is included in the membership. As well as that, we also do like Zoom sessions. So we had one last week and we'll have another one next week. Sometimes there'll be like workshops, live streams. I will also do like edited videos, whether it be sharing a private sketchbook tour or my I'm smiling because if it wasn't for the membership I wouldn't have shared it. But anyway, you have to watch that video to know. But yeah, so I'll create extra videos, extra resources, guides, doses of inspiration, which are like art challenges, but they have notes, pictures, images from my sketchbooks. But yeah, I guess essentially what I'm trying to say is that I've created a membership that I want to serve kind of as like a creative menu, so that if you are looking for a community, you can find it there. If you're looking for inspiration, you can find it there. If you want just more detailed, in-depth videos, you'll find it there. If you want Zoom sessions and you want to hang out with myself and other artists, you'll find it there. I know it's probably too much for everyone to do everything. Kudos if you try and you manage. But yeah, I wanted it to kind of speak to the right people to join. And as part of that, given my love for Happy Mail, my love for watercolor, and my love for the analog, it made sense to have a Happy Mail tier, which has been going on for 2 years now, believe it or not, which has been amazing. So yeah, there's definitely digital rewards if you would like to get everything that I've mentioned apart from the Happy Mail tier, apart from the Happy Mail, sorry, but there's also the Happy Mail tier where you get all the digital rewards and you also get sent this out every other month. Then the other thing that I had to make notes of what to remind myself of. Yes, I'm doing stickers this time, which is a new thing for me. I don't know if it's going to be, we'll see how it goes. Basically, it's new for me. If people enjoy stickers, then maybe I'll do them more often, but it's always a balance because I'm like yeah, it's always a balance, let's just say that. So yeah, the other thing is, the main thing is, thank you so much to everyone who has joined my art retreats. They have completely sold out. Oh my gosh, I'm so grateful to God, and I'm so grateful to you because yeah, I am so excited and I can't believe it, and I am so happy, and yeah, I'm so grateful and so excited. I don't know how else to convey it, but yes, so they've sold out, both of them. That being said, I had made plans for if, I'd made plans if people didn't join. I hadn't expected that, it all surpassed my expectations. So I hadn't expected that not only would the first one sell out, but that there would be so many people left that wanted to do it, that I would then do a second one and that would sell out as well, especially so quickly. So my one thing is, I guess, I kind of feel bad because I know that there are some people who still want to come, and I know that also I reached capacity. I can't make it any bigger. But what I'm thinking about is, if you would like to join and you haven't got a place, I know that there's already some of you inside the waiting list, but if you don't mind just joining the waiting list, and then if I'm able to make more space, or if there's last minute space, or if I do another retreat, or when I do, God willing, when I do another retreat, I'll be able to reach out to you first, and you will be able to get a place, hopefully, if the dates and everything align. So yeah, it's sold out. Thank you. I'm so excited. I can't wait. And also a special thank you to our sponsors for the art retreats, which are Roman Schmore and Pentel. So yeah, I'm excited and I can't wait. That was the first thing I needed to actually say. Second thing is, yes, so I'm doing some original paintings, and I don't necessarily quote unquote sell my original paintings because I can't really put a price on them. I love them. I can't price them. But what I can do, and what I've done in the past, is for anyone who would like to support me or my art, with an amount more than £100, I will do a painting as a thank you. It's not a commission. It is, a painting, an original painting that I will create. It will be roughly, I don't have the Bao paper, but it will be roughly like 21 by 31. So it's smaller than this brown page, but bigger than this than this page, and bigger than this. So in between these two sizes, and I have put the link for it in the description. I've also put the link for the mailing list, wait list, if you want to be part of the retreat, in the description. Everything is linked in the description. But the reason that I mention this is couple fold. Let me check my notes. One, that, oh my gosh, you can really tell it's 2 a.m, can't you? And all I've written here is like, original painting, thank you. So obviously, knowing that I would just say the rest, and yet here I am kind of feeling shy. But I guess what I want to say is that I'll create the paintings as a thank you. I have made a listing, so if you know that, for example, you really love my landscapes, then you can pick a landscape painting, or floral painting, or totally abstract painting. Or if you want to be completely surprised, I've also put a surprise me option. And the reason that I say this is that they're not commissions, and I'm not painting them first and then selling them, if that makes sense, when I'm doing it as a thank you to you. So, I haven't created them. I will create them as and when the thank yous come in, as and when the support comes in. And then the other thing that's kind of linked to that is that I also have an original art membership tier. So if you know that actually you like and want all the benefits that I've just mentioned, you want to be part of the community, you want to paint together, you want to chat together on Discord, you want to see the exclusive behind the scenes videos, you want the doses of inspiration, my art challenges, you want all of that, and you also want the original painting, then there is a separate tier for that. And if you join that tier today, then I will also throw in a bonus Happy Mail as an extra thank you. And then the other thing that I should mention, last but not least, is that I am also doing a, shall we say, art supply sale, but for UK only, which is why it's last, because really and truly, I'm surprised if you're in the UK and awake at this time. But if you are, or if you're watching it on the replay, which is probably most likely, I am going to be selling some either new or lightly used art supplies. And what else did I want to say about that? I think that's the main thing. I will probably be updating it as and when, but yeah, UK only, because by the time that you add on shipping, I don't think it would be as much of a saving for anyone who's not in the UK, if that makes sense. So all of that is linked in the description. And I am also thinking about doing custom palettes for sale. We shall see. But for now, first of all, is just supplies. So some of the headliners are, just in case you're curious, so I have this sketchbook that I'm selling, and it's new. I also have this PWC watercolor set, which is 32 colors, 15 ml. It's still in the plastic, as you can see. I'm selling this as well. And I'm selling a couple of sketchbooks. I'm unsure about this, but this may also go. I don't know. I have it in my maybe thinking about it, but it is new. Then, whoopsie, everything's falling. Hold on. Then what else do I have? Okay, I'm also selling these two. They are also new, but they're not in the plastic. And I'm selling some acrylic inks. I'm selling some more watercolors. I'm selling this sketchbook, although this one is the 52-page edition, so it is the older Etcher sketchbook. And I have a few other bits and bobs. I'm also doing a mystery box. So sometimes what I will do when I have a lot of supplies like this, especially if they are duplicates, is I will do a mystery box, and I will get a box that's like this size and like this high, maybe a bit more, and I will fill it with art supplies and ship it. The value is always more than the £100 that I am selling it for, but because obviously it's a mystery and you don't get to pick exactly what you want, that's why I discount it so much more. So that is also available for sale, but again, I'm doing it for UK only for now. It's just because of the shipping. I don't want anyone to get like issues with tariffs or anything like that, you know. So for now, I think it's just easier to do UK. So if you're interested in any of those supplies, then be sure to check out those links. If you're interested in joining my Happy Mail, I really implore you to do so. Especially, and even if you don't want to join the Happy Mail but you want to be part of the community, again, it would be lovely to have you. So let me put this to the side. Ren, yeah, I messaged you. I hope you saw my welcome message, and if you have any questions, Ren, please feel free to let me know. I live in the USA. Hey Yvonne, would it be no, it wouldn't be too hard to send, Yvonne. Do you know what's funny? And again, if you're watching this in the on the replay, feel free to let me know if you're from the UK. The vast majority of not only my members, but especially the Happy Mail tier, are all in the US. Or no, actually, they're not all in the US, but they are all they are almost all international. I think there's only one person from the UK. You know who you are. And everyone else. Okay, no worries, Ren. I've just put it there just kind of welcoming you, but welcome, and also just letting you know where you can find things. But if you have questions or anything like that, then you can feel free to either message me on there, or if you're happy to ask me here, then I can answer any questions as well. Or if you know what you're looking for on there, like if there's a particular video or something that you're looking for, then I can direct you to that as well, because sometimes it's easier for me to do. So these are the thing. I put them on watercolor paper, what was I saying? So yeah, so most of the people are actually in the US. We have some from Singapore, from Germany, um, Netherlands, Canada, and one from the UK. That's why at a point I remember once I put up a post. I was like, "Wait, do people from the UK not watch me? Like, what's going on? You guys don't like watercolor? What's happening?" Uh, the the genesis of the Happy Mail was just that I loved receiving mail as a child, and obviously as you get older, the majority of the mail isn't quite as happy as it used to be. And so I started the Happy Mail. Initially, I was kind of thinking about doing like art prints, or like just sending an other type of mail. But then I kind of thought about what would I really love to receive, and as a surprise to probably no one, it was watercolor. And so I started the watercolor dot card. And I remember I had a look around to see if other people were doing it. And I could see two other people. I'm sure there's more, but I think I saw two or three other people that were doing it. And they had all stopped doing it, which didn't fill me with confidence. But I was like, you know what? I'll do it for as long as I can. And here we are 2 years later, still going strong. So that is good. I have to put some to the side as well. Let me do this. If you're in Canada as well, I can and will ship to Canada. The only thing is that Canada is currently Canada Mail or Canada Post is currently on strike. So once that is over, I will send it. You're eyeballing those tubes of Daniel Smith. I know they are the Autumn palette by Daniel Smith. You know how they're doing like these little sets of 5mm tubes. Autumn was my favorite one, followed by Desert Horizons, oddly enough. So although it makes it, I think, 19 colors instead of a nice round 20, I thought that it was nice to include it. I think one of the things as well is because everyone is like the people in the Happy Mail from all over the world. I want to, some places it's harder to get Daniel Smith, so I wanted to include that. Some places it's harder to get Holbein, so I wanted to include that. Some places it's harder. I think Rosa Gallery is relatively easy, but also still it's harder to get in some places. And so I like creating a mix of different ones. Before that, I did turquoises. That was a nice one because turquoises all look so drastically different, even if they have the same name, even if they have the same pigment. And also they're notoriously hard to properly show on camera. And they are expensive. So I'm just looking for a surface to balance these on. It's the grind. Yeah, so that's why I did turquoises, and now obviously autumn for autumn. Open to suggestions on what I should do for the next Happy Mail, which will be in December. Okay, I'll put one down here. I just need to remember because sometimes I then forget where I've put them because they're dotted all around me. Thank you, Ren. Yeah, honestly, it's oh, this is not the right one. It's funny because I saw like a video, and in it they were talking about other things, but they mentioned something like, what would your younger self do? But it wasn't like, I don't know how to explain it or how I interpreted it, but it was kind of talking about just trying to remember what it was like to be a child. What did you do as a child? And instead of thinking like in general, I normally think about a child in a generic kind of sense. I instead thought about like the younger version of me as I was, as stubborn and adventurous and curious, and you know, as I was, like what did I want and what would I do and what did I love. Uh, hey Leslie, and hey Blue Vert there. Wait, I always say this wrong. Blue Vert for the pont. And sorry for saying that probably wrong. So this first one is the Aussie Red Gold. And yeah, so part of the reason that I'm doing this now is I was supposed to do this yesterday, but I finished my night shift and I was absolutely exhausted. Like I slept all day and then I woke up for a little bit and then I went back to bed. So I didn't do anything, and I need to do this, not only because they need time to dry. So my thought was like, okay, I can do it before going to bed today. And I just was a lot slower to do it a lot slower to get started than I thought. And then, one day turns into another. So initially I was like, that's fine. Maybe I should do half and half. Initially I was like, okay, that's fine. I will just do it tomorrow. But that's literally what happened yesterday. So I may not be able to finish all of it tonight. I probably won't. But at least I can get started. And then the thing with getting started is that all these surfaces are, occupied. So at least I will have to finish it tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? Normally, also in doing this, I've learned like how colors dry, which is an unintended benefit, I guess. So I don't have any Sennelier. Yeah, I don't have any Sennelier in this one. Sennelier is usually the one that takes a really, really long time to dry. And sometimes Rosa as well, but I'm hoping that these ones will be fine. What are you doing? Any of you painting? Doing something creative? Didn't put any on there. Put one on there. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll do these. No, I have to do them now, don't I? So my aim with these dot cards as well is to sorry, I have to think it through. But my aim with these dot cards is to give you enough not only to like swatch out the color, but to also like use it, which is why I use like not cotton, but why I use watercolor paper, so that it will actually stand you wetting it over and over. Okay, I think I've got all of them. I mean, this is the first batch. Yes, this is the first. So, just got back from an afternoon exploring the waterfront town near me. Lots of reference photos. That's so good, Leslie. I love doing activities like that they're still creative. It feels like it gets me to use a different creative part of my brain. Do you see what I mean? And sometimes when it feels like, oh, actually I don't have the time or the energy to like bring out all my paints, let me tap into something else that is also creative. This is Rose of Ultramarine. Hey Sienna, just watching scary movies. Oh, I hope that physiotherapy is going well. Oh, Wildflower snuggled in bed after a long day. I hope tomorrow treats you kindly. But yeah, when I was in, I went to Palma earlier this year, and oddly enough, I didn't really paint. I didn't really feel like painting, but what I did do was I just started, taking loads and loads and loads of photos, and kind of really just enjoying that and remembering, I guess, that, whoops, remembering that actually I really used to love photography. Before I loved art, I used to love photography and videography. I used to do all the family photos and like photos for weddings, and then I stopped, and it was actually quite a nice reminder. And now obviously it's lovely because I get to kind of merge the two, and take reference photos and also create art. I'm wondering if no, it's fine. I'm wondering if I should do it in 3 batches instead, so I don't have to keep turning around away from you, you know what I mean? Whoopsie. When I say whoops, I mean like, oh look, look at the size of my of my dot card. And then with this, so what I learned the first time that I did the dot cards was, they can be wide, but they cannot be tall. Because the first time, right, I made them like stand up, pointy. I didn't mind. And there are paints like Schminke, for example, that dry hard as a rock. They'll re-wet and all that, but they will dry hard. And so I went to the post office, bearing in mind, I don't know if this is like a my generation thing or, maybe everyone thing or just me thing, but I didn't really used to go to the post office. So I was a bit intimidated by going, and I was like, oh, it's fine, I'll go. And then when I went and I tried to post my Happy Mail, which are letters, I got the weight right, which was good. But because the dot cards were tall, more than half a centimeter tall, it meant that all my letters were actually classified as large letters, and the price doubled. And I tried to like squeeze them, to like push them down, to make them actual letters, as opposed to paying, double the amount for that extra 0.1 millimeter or 0.1 centimeter. And I tried, and then eventually I was just so like, I guess, overwhelmed by the whole thing that I was like, okay, it's fine. It is what it is. I'll just, I wasn't making profit anyway, so I was just like, it's fine. I'll just send it, because what can I do, right? And the lady in the post office, bless her, she was like, what? No, no, you can't pay all this extra just for the letters. Like, she was appalled on my behalf, even though she works at the post office, and she started like pushing them down for me, so that they would fit through the slot. So from that I kind of learned that they can be wide, they can be fat, but they can't be tall. And in the end we did what we could, but we couldn't get them all down, and it would have been a lot to do that. So I ended up sending it anyway. But then the next time that I went, which was the following month, I'd got like, that thing so that you can test it before you go to the post office, like that little template thing. So I'd got that, and then like was better that time. I still think that mine maybe was a bit bigger than theirs or whatever, so it was a lot better. And she remembered me a month later. She was like, oh, you're back, and she did all my Happy Mail for me. She was very sweet. And I think Daniel Smith dry okay, so I think they won't dry super super hard, because I think that was the issue, that they were so hard that they were like getting caught. So you'd think I'd be a pro at this by now, but I'm. So you see, then I have to like check how tall are we. That's still probably too tall, but I'm hoping that they will flatten out. You know, gravity will work in our favor. Oh wow, that's so cool, Wildflower. There's a donkey sanctuary near you. I hadn't seen donkeys in real life. Sorry, I'm looking around like this just to make sure. Sometimes I forget to put the dots on all of them, and then I have to bring out the tubes again. I saw a donkey in real life when I went to Weymouth, you know, my car camping adventures, and they were a lot bigger than I thought. They're like the size of a horse. But they were really cool. Again, I took pictures so that I could reference them. Use them as a reference should I ever feel inclined to start painting animals again. Oh, Sienna, that's really good. What did you paint? Undersea green. So the top three are the Daniel Smith autumn colours. And next week we have a Zoom session. Ooh. And in this Zoom session, we're going to be creating autumn palettes together. In part inspired by this, but also this was all my input. The beauty of a Zoom session is that you get to chat with everyone and make your own input. And obviously it doesn't have to be only watercolor. You can bring any supply. Equally, if you just want to chill in the background and not chat, that's also fine. I tend to do that quite a lot when I go to other people's Zoom sessions. Just because it's nice sometimes having art company, I guess, like right now, right? And yeah, so camera's on or off, mic on or off, but yeah, we'll make our own autumn palette. And the beauty of it is, like, say for example, when I was looking at the dark set in the Neocolor 2s, that to me now looks like quite an autumnal palette. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, it's really nice, the Daniel Smith autumn palette. And I think the colors themselves are beautiful, and it's a wonderful palette, and they've picked quite, you know, nice, unique colors. That being said, the beauty of, you know, companies doing things like this is that you can draw inspiration from it and make your own version of the autumn palette, even if you don't have the colors. Uh-oh. These ones are so tricky to do. Maybe I can put them on my lap. I don't normally do that, but I don't want to keep turning away from you. One full painting with mushrooms and one Halloween circus. Oh wow. Hey Linda, welcome. I'm just making my Happy Mail dot cards, and I thought that it would be nice to do it as I chat with you. Trying to think of what else is going on in art world right now, and I think the main thing was that the Derwent pencils got released. I know that we love watercolors, but if you're like me, then you also love a range of supplies, and that includes the pencils. So I am tempted by them. I am currently selling my art supplies, and you know, so probably won't buy them at the moment, but I am tempted. And if you are also tempted, I have a great deal for you. Not affiliate for me or anything like that, but if you go on the Derwent site, you can make your own tins, right? And which I didn't know was a thing. But yeah, if you go on the Derwent site, you can make your own tin. This is for UK people, because at the moment you can only get them in the UK from either Derwent directly or Cult Pens. And the price on Cult Pens is a lot higher than all our friends are getting it in the US, even though it's made in the UK. Anyway, if you go on the Derwent site and make your own pencils, your own set, sorry, you get 20% off for making them. So it won't be in the official tin, it will be in the like the Derwent silver tins. And then if you use the affiliate codes that are going around with the other artists, I've asked, they've said no. But if you use, like, I think Lindsay has a code. If you use her 30% discount code, then you get the 30% off on top of the 20% off. I don't know how long this is going to last before they realize. So okay, I think I've got all of them. So if you know that you want to get them, or you know that actually you don't want to get the whole set, because that was what a lot of people said, especially in the UK, you don't want to get the whole set, you just want to get open stock. You can get them open stock by making your own tin, either 12 or 24. And if you do that, you get the colors that you want, and then you get 20% off and then an extra 30% off if you use the actual code. Okay, we need golden ochre. Yes. You have the full set of the Derwent pencils. You found the same issues you experienced with the blocks. Really, Ren? Was it with which Derwent pencils? Because they have so many. These ones, the ones that I'm talking about now that everyone's kind of talking about on YouTube, are the Derwent drawing pencils, which are quite a nice muted color selection. They feel nice and they're quite cohesive, but they don't reactivate with water. So maybe you're talking about the Inktense ones. I like the Inktense pencils more than the blocks. I really did not like the blocks. They just did not work for me. And I think the thing is, oh sorry, just because Rosa is Rosa wondering if Rosa dries hard or soft. Yeah, the Inktense pencils. That's the thing. I think I had better luck with the Inktense pencils, but I use them for like outlines or for very small areas. I don't use them for washes anymore, especially after the blocks. Leslie, you picked the 24 set and that's enough. Yeah, it's definitely good. I think in part because I'm just reflecting on the fact that I have such, like everyone. I don't know why I'm making them so pointy today. Maybe it's the camera. But like everyone, I have limited amount of time. I can't, and I want to create all the time, but it's not possible. And I can't use all the supplies that I have, and so I am trying to reflect on, okay, well, just using my favorites, because when I started I kind of felt like, oh, actually I can't use my favorites, my art isn't good enough, and all of that. And thankfully with time, my thinking on that has changed and improved, so now I do believe that we should use the good supplies, and especially if it means that you will enjoy it more. Which for me, it often means that I will. But yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't use the Inktense to replace my watercolors. Sorry, that's where I was going with this. I don't use my Inktense to replace my watercolors, because ultimately, when it comes to the two, watercolor is my favorite, hands down. Where I do use it is to kind of complement my watercolors more times than not, if I'm like at home and I want to add extra details, because I do like the colors and I do like that they're quite intense and they won't move as much. But I don't feel like I don't feel like they're anywhere near as, they're not like watercolors when reactivated. And I know when I made my video sharing my opinion, people were like, "Oh, but you're using them wrong. They're not watercolors," and all of this. And I appreciate that, and I'm happy for everyone who loves and enjoys them. But the blocks just did not work for me like that. So at the moment, I'm only using them for extra details. Part of me is wondering, I do have them in my urban sketching kit as well, because of, for the times where I don't want to bring out all my watercolors, could they serve as a nice intermediary, as well as a way to add color really nice and quickly? So, two for the price of one, best of both worlds kind of thing. But yeah, I'm just trying to get better about just using the supplies that I love most, or at the very least first. Do you know what I mean? And then everything else after. It's tricky though, because I guess by the nature of being artists, I don't know if you also feel the same way. I'll literally feel like I see the potential in every supply that I've bought. So it's almost like I don't want to let go of them, because I think about what inspired me to get them in the first place, and maybe I can use them like this, and maybe I can use them like that. um that being said, um I had a lot of fun during the summer, like a lot of fun when it comes to my art and my creativity and the paintings I was creating. And they weren't that fun, didn't stem from buying art supplies. I mean, not entirely from buying art supplies. The most fun, the boat paintings I was creating were using like 3 different brands and using 6 colors. That's with all the supplies that I have. With all the supplies that I have, that is what was, floating my boat, pun intended, during that whole time. And I just wanted to paint all the time. So if you don't have a lot of supplies, I don't want you to be discouraged and think like, oh no, it means you won't create art that you like or won't enjoy the process. That's not true at all. I had one palette for maybe a year before I started getting more supplies, and I loved it. I loved watercolor. It's why I'm still here and I'm still painting. Do I also love buying supplies, trying new things, discovering new colors? Yes. But it doesn't mean that you can't enjoy having a small collection of colors. That one that I just did was the golden ochre. Oh, what did I miss? Yeah, I know. I shortened it to WC as well. Yeah, Ren. I did the same. I don't use them for big washes anymore. Leslie, 100% agree on using the good stuff. I struggled so hard with cheap watercolor sketchbook and finally said and pulled the plastic off the Bao Hong sketchbook. World of difference. I could not agree more. It's so funny because if you watch back my videos, I really, really struggled for a long time or it took me a while to use 100% cotton paper, because I just could not get over the cost. And my thing is, it wasn't even like, say, the cost, for example, because, for example, I could spend £50 on cellulose paper, but obviously I would get a lot more paper than if I spent £50 on 100% cotton paper. So it wasn't just the amount, but it was the amount per sheet. And in my head, I was like, oh, I just need to get as much watercolor paper as I can. And this sheet of watercolor paper costs 70p per page, and this one that is cellulose costs 20p or 25p per page. So let me get the one that is cellulose, and that way I will have more paper. I'll be able to paint for longer. And then even when I bought the cellulose, the cotton paper, I didn't use it. Because I thought, you know what, my art skills aren't up to that level yet. I will practice on the cellulose, and then when I get good enough, I'll start using the 100% cotton. And how this actually started to change was a number of things. The first thing was, if memory serves, there we go. The first thing was that Paul Rubens had sent me, no, I bought some Paul Rubens paper. Was it that? Yeah, I bought some Paul Rubens paper and I don't think I'd used it yet because of this. And then Paul Rubens sent me some more of the same paper. And it was like their hot press 100% cotton watercolor paper. I don't like hot press paper, but you know, I thought I'd give it a go anyway. And because obviously it was from a company, I kind of felt obliged to use it. I can't really say, oh, thank you for giving me this free art supply, but no, I'm not going to use it because I have a psychological barrier of like, I don't want to waste money. So of course I had to use it, and I used it once, which, was fine. And then I kept using it. And I was so confused because I was like, why do I keep using this paper when I don't like hot press? Why do I like this paper so much? Why am I enjoying this so much? Why is it so different? Why is it blending nicely? And then from there, I was like, is it the cotton? So I had Bao Hong paper and I used the 100% cotton cold press Bao Hong paper. Like night and day. Like night and day. It was love at first sight. I enjoyed it so thoroughly, and it then made it quite tricky to start going back to cellulose. And I've made a video sharing, what I wish I had known when I started watercolor. And in it, I talk about the difference between cellulose and watercolor, because I'm not trying to say that it's bad. I'm trying to say that for my art style, for the way that I paint, for the effects that I like, for the layering that I want, 100% cotton is just infinitely better for that, for me. And yeah, and so I still remember though, like I was still kind of resisting it and still using cellulose, and I still have cellulose, I still use cellulose, but my experience is just completely different. And even when I knew that I enjoyed it, I still thought, oh, but that's the expensive, it's the good stuff, sorry. And then so I would still use cellulose, but the thing is that the papers behave differently. So it's not like, some of the skills of course are transferable, but it's not like the way that I paint on cellulose is the same way that I paint on 100% cotton. And so all that practice was a bit different. If anything, I will say it did kind of improve my skills in terms of like water control and everything, because I don't like blooms and harsh edges, and that is what will more easily happen on cellulose paper. So I got good at kind of avoiding that by controlling my water, but I just didn't have to work that hard on 100% cotton to avoid that, So so eventually a few things helped me to get better at using it. One was just acknowledging how much I enjoyed the process when I'm using supplies that I want, like my favorites. Life is too short, use your favorites. And then the other thing was that I realized that sizing, which is what is on watercolor paper to make sure that the paint doesn't just soak through and go to the other side, sizing expires. So all this paper that I was keeping to the side, it came to my attention, it will not last forever. And the idea of like having saved all this paper and then it not actually working for watercolor was too upsetting. So I started using it quicker, and then the more I used it, the more it became normal and the more I enjoyed it. And the same kind of went for, I guess, life has a way of tricking you, because the same happened with professional watercolors, which I will tell you in a second. But let me just catch up with the comments and make sure I haven't missed anything. Wildflower. Yeah, the 25% cotton. The thing is, 25% cotton, it's not that it's bad, like none of these papers are bad, but again, 25% cotton to me behaves differently to 50%, to 100% and to cellulose. So it's again like just painting on a, employing new techniques and painting on a paper that will behave differently to both of them. So I have the same block probably. Is it the one that has like yellow and black patterns on the front, on the cover? I like the paper still. I do like the paper. Hey, Derwood. Yeah, I like Bao Hong paper, Chef's Kiss. I have so many, and I really, really enjoy. That's a good question, It's been under an hour. I can't believe when I talk I do move a lot slower, but I was hoping to get at least halfway. I'm making the dot cards. But not halfway yet. I'm not even, I don't think. I'm nowhere near halfway. With my watercolors, same kind of thing. I started off with trash. Absolute trash. That was like Amazon's highest rated watercolor palette. I literally typed in like, I don't think it's the same, but I think they're made in the same factory. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't tested them side by side. They feel similar, but I feel like the texture is different, but I need to open them up and see. Well, yeah, sorry. When I started with my watercolors, I typed in watercolor palette on Amazon and I bought the thing that was Amazon's requested, like over 1,000 reviews, 4.8 stars. Like, it was really, really highly requested. It was colored chalk. It was horrible, horrible. And I was still quite enthused by watercolor, so I did enjoy it, but it didn't it was chalky, it was faded, it wasn't really what I wanted, but I was just enjoying having like creating art, especially at those times. It was 2020. I was just in a box room and I was really actively seeking out, oh, I missed out the orange from all the top ones, so I'm gonna have to do that again. But I was really seeking out like a way to be positive and to be joyful in the midst of everything that was going on. I was living alone in a box room. We were obviously all separated, and the only thing that I would do would be like come home, go to work, and work, as you can imagine, was not the greatest at that time. And I was moved from like the main hospital to emergency cover, so A&E. So I was first doctors to see the sickest of patients. But anyway, what I'm saying is I needed a positive kind of outlet, and so I kind of told myself I can't complain, and that included with the watercolors. I was using them, but then after a while I was like, oh, I don't really like the colors. I don't even know if watercolors for me. I've already tried acrylic and I didn't really love it that much, especially because like the cleanup and everything. So I looked for another cheap watercolor, and thankfully the second one that I saw was Cotman, the pocket set. Was it Cotman or Van Gogh? Was it Cotman or no? Was it Cotman or Van Gogh? I think it was Van Gogh. Van Gogh is what I took to holiday. So yeah, it was Van Gogh, and oh, the colors were so much brighter, and I loved it. And then from there, I got Cotman set, which I also thoroughly enjoyed. And then I started learning more and more about watercolors, and so I bought Daniel Smith, and I kept it in the same palette as my Cotman so that I wouldn't, I could use the expensive stuff for special occasions, but I could use my Cotman for every day. But the same thing kept happening where without thinking I was finishing my Daniel Smith and replacing it and not my Cotman. And then I was like, oh no, I have expensive taste. What am I gonna do? Cue in Ramesh Moore. Let me see. What did I miss? My question is, how does 25% cotton perform worse than 100% wood pulp paper? I don't think it necessarily performs worse. Um, I don't think it performs worse. It just performs differently. So I think it's less likely to get blooms, and it's more like robust than wood paper, but it's not as robust as 100% cotton. And yeah, so it's nice. It's not worse. It's just different. Mm. Derwood says my Fabriano 25% fat pad was my getaway. Oh, your gateway to 100% cotton Fabriano Artistico, and I didn't go back. Now the curry fat book. Yeah, honestly, me and you both, because once I started with the 100% cotton, it was really hard to go back. In fact, I don't really think I did. Like, I finished, I'm working through the papers that I have, but it was very tricky to go back. I do have like the cellulose paper, and then also like I was more aware of the difference. Like, once you're what is seen cannot be unseen. Once I was more aware of the difference, it was actually harder to ignore. So with you probably know this already, but like with Roman Schmall, what happened was that I saw them on sale, because remember at this point I'm still like, oh, I'm not, you know, I can't spend much, so I was still very very money conscious. I mean, I still am. I know that my collection would make one doubt that, but but I am. So I was still very money conscious, and I wanted to find watercolors that are professional, that I would love as much as Daniel Smith, but wouldn't cost as much. Especially like, in the UK, it's a lot more than in the US. And I saw Roman Schmall were on sale. I didn't know them. I googled them. I didn't see anything about them. I looked on YouTube. I didn't find a video, and so I was kind of like, oh, this, I've already been bitten by the Amazon paint palette that I bought that had loads of reviews. I don't know if I should buy this brand that I don't know of, that has no reviews, that has no website that I can find. But they were on Jackson's, that was the thing. And I'd heard that Jackson's was like a good art store for, proper artists and whatnot. And so they were on sale, and I still remember, because it kills me that I didn't buy them buy them then, and just buy the whole thing. But they were £2.70, I think, for like a full pan, because they were on sale, so really really good discount. I didn't buy them because I was like, I've just once bitten, twice shy. And then I what did I do? And then I think maybe like a month later, or a couple of weeks, not a couple, probably 1 or 2 months later, I see Roman Schmall on sale again on Jackson's, not for the same price, but on sale again. And I was like, oh, you know what? Let me try it. Why? Because I was like, they fit my budget. I was like, they look professional-ish, and I don't know. Let me try them and see how it goes. And I bought them in my very first Jackson's haul, and I loved them. I loved them. And I didn't know that they were professional. I thought maybe they were student grade, because of the price. And I bought them, and I was like, oh my gosh, they feel like professional watercolors. They are bright. They are beautiful. I'd got like cobalt. What's the sea blue? Ocean blue. Ocean sea blue. You have to forgive me, it's 3 a.m. But you know the colour that I mean. I got that, and it was granulating beautifully, and I was like, what are these colours? I love them. And then I made a video, and then another video, and then another video, because I was like, oh, and in the videos, if you watch them back, this next colour is royal brown. In the videos, if you watch them back, which is quite funny, I say like, look, these are the prices of the watercolours, and I know what you're thinking based on these prices, that they are not professional and they're not good. And I was like, I can't explain the price, but they're really good watercolors. They're really good. Buy them now. before they realize. And I'd always say it at the end of the video because I didn't want to say it at the beginning and then all of a sudden the price shoots up. Do you know what I mean? That was my thought process. I was like, well, if you're an MVP and you're watching, and it's all friends here, because what art company is going to be watching the video this far in? You know, the price can't be like this forever. It doesn't make any sense. And I made more and more videos. I think now I've made like 25 videos about Rimishmore. And it's crazy to see that just, what, 5 years later, they are, as you have said, who just said how big they are in Europe. Yeah, it's crazy to see that now, all these years later, not even that many years when you think about it, they're like a legacy brand. I suspect so too, Leslie. Yes, the Fat Book. Hopefully they'll come back soon. I'm hoping so too, Wildflower. I did ask and they said it's in the works. But I don't know when. Yeah, I know, David. Honestly, I remember because also the thing was that the full pans, they were selling full pans that were cheaper than everybody else's half pans. That was like, you know, I guess it was their launch onto Jackson's, I guess. Like in general, yeah, I guess it was their launch. But yeah, I would literally be like, because I would do live streams almost like this, but swatching and chatting and things and painting. I'd be like, oh, you know, get them. But anyway, what I was saying is that that's how I got tricked into falling in love with professional grade watercolors, because I thought that they were student grade because of the price. But then they were so nice that I did not go back to my student grade paints. And then I realized, no, they're not student grade, love. They are professional grade. Oh, do you mean, what am I doing? Me too. Do you mean like scoot this one forward? Do you mean like that? Or do you mean this one? To be honest, all of this is quite precarious. Or what did I miss, Wildflower? Yeah, no, I do think they will be available in the US at some point. Yeah, I've noticed that too, Doed. Unless they're on sale. When they're on sale, then. And also some of the sets. So I always check both. Oh, that's cool, Linda. What are you drawing? Ah, thank you. Yeah, I was literally risking it all. If you can see, like, my lap as well, they have dot cards, so. I'll have to find somewhere to balance them afterwards. But yeah, so the reason that I was making those videos, as always, has, you know, was because when I was looking, there was no information and I didn't really know anything about them, and I missed out on the first sale. And I was like, well, if I missed out, everybody else missed out. And also, I just didn't think that the prices would stay like that forever. So I just wanted to let everybody know. Almost like, you know, Colgate. Which sounds like I'm saying Colgate, like the toothpaste, but I'm saying Core, when they were selling the little sets for 25p. And I told everybody. I even sent out, can you imagine, as if I'm like sponsored or paid by Core or Jackson's, I sent out a newsletter specifically to outline and highlight to everyone, like, the Core set is 25p. I don't know why. I don't know who messed up, I don't know what is going on. I just know that the set is 25p. Get it now. Don't sleep. What's the thing that they say? Don't walk, run. Same kind of thing. Obviously, that one was more immediate. Like the very next day, I think the price went up to 250, and then it was just like discontinued for quite a while, and then it came back for like £4, £4 5, but still that 25p. I don't know if it was a typo or if they realized when everyone was buying it that maybe the price was a bit ridiculous. Honestly, in scenarios like that, I don't know if they consider me a friend or a foe. Do you see what I mean? Like, if you're a company and you sell something for £2, like 25p, did they want people to know and thus were like grateful that I literally sent out emails and was like, I think I did a live stream, I put a community post, I put it on my Instagram, and I sent out a newsletter to, because to me is the kind of thing that I wouldn't want to miss. And then obviously, like, if you remember, we were talking about it on Discord, and I bought more than one. They'd limited it to one per order, but even if you bought one with yes, yes, the damn it. Hey, good evening, Helen. Yeah, no, I remember they it was one per order, but even if you bought one and paid shipping, it was still worth it, so I still bought it. Oh, you're from the UK as well, Helen. Welcome. I was just saying that, most of the people, I thought, or I feel, most of the people are from abroad, not even during the live streams, but like my membership. There's one person who's in the Happy Mode here in the UK, and everyone else is from abroad. Uh, I hope you get some rest, though. I hope that you're not awake for like bad reasons and that you do get some restful sleep. Oh, but what Derwood is mentioning is at some point in the good old days, while all of this was going on, not only was I telling you about like, um, oh, Roman Schmall watercolors, go and get them before the price goes up. But then I was also telling you, I also had the discount code that was Sketches 10 or Scrubs 10. Maybe it was Scrubs 10. Hey, Sharmak, I'm glad you got home safely. Welcome back, Helen. But I had the code that was 10% off all of Jackson's, yeah, and of course I told everybody, like, get it. And it's not even, I don't think it wasn't an affiliate code, so I have affiliate links below in the description now, and but the using the discount code didn't mean I got money. It just meant you saved money. And I still spread it like wildfire. And I told everyone about it. And then Jackson's emailed me and told me to tell people to, like, they ended it. First of all, they ended it. And then they were like, people keep using this code. You need to tell people to stop using it. Which I did. I told you all that it had ended, and then I got another code that was that is probably Sketches 10. It's either Sketches or Scrubs, but I think it's Sketches 10. It's in the description, and with that code, which again is not like the link is an affiliate, but the code is not. With that code, you get 10% off Etcher, but I think it's on your first order, something like that. So you do still get 10% off, but both on Etcher and on Jackson's, but it's for Etcher art supplies alone. But yeah, they literally, when I got the email, I was like, wait, what? So am I doing the wrong thing by promoting this? Am I like, am I, yes, I don't know. I don't know, especially with the core set, right? With the core set, is it a typo that they were annoyed that I'm telling people go and run and get it straight away? That was literally what it was like, though, with a cease and desist. Or are they like, oh, this is great, she's like promoting our company? uh the cease and desist did feel like a thing. But I mean, don't get me wrong, Jacksons have, like, they've been lovely, and They've been really nice, and it wasn't like it was a rude email. It was just like we keep getting people to use, they're using this code to tell them to stop. And I think that's one thing, because obviously through all of this, like we've just passed 20,000 subscribers, which is crazy. I can't believe it. But the the thing is that through all of this, and even now, my channel is, well, now for me the channel is massive, no, but throughout my channel was always considered quite small, and so I don't think that people were expecting there to be such a strong reaction. Because they'd look at my numbers and be like, oh, it's so small, like, what's going to happen? And then I'm like, they're 25p. And it's like the floodgates open and everyone runs. I'm so glad that you got one of those sets, Leslie. Yes, Leslie. I completely agree. So the colors are Quin Magenta, Nickel Azure Yellow, and Ultramarine Blue, which happen to be my favorite three colors. So yeah, I definitely second making like a little limited palette. I think that it's a, like, for me, it's a very beautiful versatile palette as well. Like they're my main three colors. They're my main primaries, and I don't mean just for core, I mean across brands. Those are the colors that I will always use. And if I'm not using ultramarine blue, then I will use indanthrone blue, but that's but ultramarine blue is quite often more easily accessible. And like, again, I keep going back to this because I loved all the paintings that I was doing, but the boat series that I was doing, all of those were ultramarine blue. All of them had ultramarine blue, nickel as a yellow, and either Quin Magenta, which is PR122, or the Daniel Smith Quin Rose, which is PV19, because I like the hue. But the reason that I like it is the nickel as a yellow, um, the nickel as a yellow and ultramarine blue will give you really nice, instantly natural looking greens, right? Because you're not using like phthalo blue or a lemon yellow, so it won't be like bright spring greens. It will be like the nice sap green looking colors. And then nickel azo yellow and the Quin Magenta, if you water it down, will give you a beautiful peach, like peachy color that I love for my florals. If you have it at full mass tone strength and you mix it, then you'll get really bright oranges, if you like oranges. And then the Quin Magenta and the ultramarine blue will give you beautiful purples. And then if you mix all three, you get really nice neutrals, like really dark, nice neutrals, because they're depending on the ultramarine. But for the most part, I think ultramarine is transparent. In my head, is it behaving? Is it transparent? Have I? Yeah, I think it's transparent. But someone will have to double check that for me. But you basically get really nice dark neutrals when you mix all three. So it's a beautiful, beautiful palette. If I had to pick three colors, it would have been those three. So you can imagine my delight with that tiny little set. The thing that made it even better and hilarious is that the core palette, the core set that we're talking about, wasn't even like on a page. Do you remember? It wasn't linked. I just used to browse Jackson's like it was, I don't know, my hobby, because it was. So I would literally just browse Jackson's, browsing, and then I saw it, and it wasn't linked. It wasn't on any page, as in like it's on Jackson's, but it wasn't like on the core page or anything like that. It was just like a standalone. I don't even know how I found it. And I think that's the other thing that made it worse, because you could only access it through my link, unless you went like down the rabbit hole that I went to that I couldn't quite explain. And then they deactivated the link. uh, and then it came back, but you couldn't link to it. You could only see it if you looked at all the core sets. No, I saw this. I think that was one of the best deals I found. And we have Durwood, who always finds the most incredible art deals and shares them on my Discord. which is wonderful. Of course, most of them are in the US, but still, some good international deals as well. And the other thing that we quite often do is if we want to buy something and we don't know, say for example, you wanted to buy the Derwent pencils that we were talking about earlier. Sometimes what people do is just come onto my Discord and say like, hey, I want to buy these pencils. I found them for this price. Is this a good price? And then everyone can weigh in and be like, no, I found them from Colt Pens for this price. No, they're on Derwent from this price. And if you use this code, you get 50% off. No, you can get them from Blix. No, you can get them through. Do you see what I mean? So it's kind of like a hive mind. And it's like, if it just, we just make sure that no one spends more than they need to. Where do I? That's okay. Start putting this to the side. Yes, Derwood. It's nice. It's wonderful. I love that you can still order from them now that they've figured out all the US tariff stuff. That is great. Who are all the swatches for? Excellent question, Helen. So I have an art membership, and in it I have a number of tiers. And one of them is the Happy Mail tier, where I send out these watercolor dot cards and a letter and sometimes a little extra bonus, like watercolor paper or what have I done? I've done watercolor paper, I've done art prints, I've done bingo cards, I've done like a golden ticket that you could scratch off to get your own unique prize. So I've done a number of different things, but ultimately I send out curated dot cards like this one to my art members, and it is open now because I obviously make them by hand. Numbers are limited, and it is or usually, yeah, it's usually just sells out. It is full. It is technically full, but I've just made a few extra spaces in there, in case anyone wants to join. And you can, and then I will close it. I send the dot cards out every other month, so I can't leave it open all the time. And obviously once it's full, I close it and I leave it closed until there's space or until I'm able to make more dot cards. So anyone who would like to join, please feel free to do so. And in addition to the dot cards, because this is just part of it, as part of my art membership, that's where we have the Discord that I was just talking about. That's where we chat and share each other's artwork and find art deals and just, get to interact with other artists. I also do Zoom workshops, and Zoom art sessions, of which we have our next one on Friday. And that's going to be putting together an autumn palette. Last week was doing some urban sketching of Switzerland together. I do real-time videos, edited videos, palette videos. I create art challenges on there, through a dose of inspiration, which is kind of like a little mini magazine that I make with art challenges and prompts and pictures and notes so that you can do the challenge. I do all of this because I know that everybody has different needs, and I just want it to be like a creative menu where you can take the bits that you need and leave the bits that you don't, basically. And yeah, it's really been awesome. In July we celebrated 3 years of the membership as a whole. The dot cards I've been doing for 2 years, and they vary all the time. So initially, last ones were turquoises because they are beautiful, they are hard to decipher on screens, they are expensive, and they are all drastically different. I've done a golden dot card which had like favorite golden colors, the Quinn golds especially, as they were getting discontinued. Trying to think of my favorite ones. One of my favorites, ironically, as the name will say, is the is the favorites palette that we did, where we all like suggested our favorite colors, and then I put it together to curate a palette of colors. But yeah, it's been really good. It's been really, really good. Um, yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, we do retreats. I'm so happy. Um, so I'm doing retreats in 2026, and they are sold out, which is incredible. I honestly can't wait. The first one is going to be all around watercolor and gouache. The second one is all around like mixed media sketchbooks, as in like creating mixed media art and focusing on sketchbook art. And we have two awesome sponsors, which are Roman Schmore and Pentel. And I can't explain. That's the thing. I can't explain. I've made a video kind of sharing my experience in an art retreat that I've been to, but I just can't explain what happens when you spend days not worried about bills, not worried about chores, not worried about any responsibilities. Just all you have to do is come, eat, enjoy, talk about art supplies, and paint. That is it. It's Yeah, it's just absolutely incredible. And I am so excited that we're going to be able to do that. I feel also very touched and privileged that people like trust me and are coming. Do you know what I mean? I know it's a big trip. And the other thing was, when I was planning this, I'd kind of said like, oh, everyone's from abroad, and I'd made provisions for like, okay, if people don't join, but I didn't think that so many people would join, that the first one would sell out before I could even tell anyone about it publicly, and then the second one would also sell out, and then there's the waiting list as well. And it's so funny because obviously I'm doing it with, someone, as in like I have a venue. And when we were talking, we were going through the numbers, and he was like, before launching it, he was kind of like encouraging me and telling me, keep your expectations down. It's okay. It's your first one. It can take time. It's going, and I was like, okay, that's fine. And we were talking through those things and kind of like, stay encouraged. It will take time. It's okay. And that is the mindset that I approached it with, cautiously and hopeful, obviously, but also cautiously. And then I obviously mentioned it, like launched it to my members, and sent out an email. And it's so funny because when I've been like organizing all of this, it's been quite a slow process. This has been in the works for months in terms of in the background, and it normally would take like a few weeks to get a reply or sort something out. Everything had been quite slow, and I wanted go go go, but it was quite slow, and I accepted it. And then, so I think I released it on a Friday, and on Monday I get a call. And you have to understand, like up until this point, I was like, I'd send an email, I'd wait like it wasn't the guy that I'm working with. Bless his soul, really lovely man, was not the type to like call me. So I was like, oh my gosh, something gone wrong. What's happening? He's like, you've got one space left. I was like, I could not believe it. I'm so excited. I was so happy. And that was the first one. And I was like, okay, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to do a second one? Because obviously it's been like 3 days. It's going to sell out, and you're going to have a lot of people who are disappointed. And I was like, oh no, I hadn't even planned for that. And now, and then I felt bad, and I was like, okay, well, let's see what happens, and maybe I'll plan for, a second one. And I started planning the second one quite quickly off the back of that. And then I released the second one, and I asked him for, I think, an update. I think I released it, and then I asked him for an update maybe like a day later, and he said, oh, there are two people on there. And I was like, okay, it's fine. Then I'd asked again, and he said three people. maybe the day after. So I was like, okay, I'm not gonna ask anymore. I'm just going to let people know. I'm going to try. And I was like, in my head, you know, you get all these false truths. So in my head, I was like, okay, well, the people who wanted to join all came to the first. Nobody else wants to come. That's it. It's done. No one, you know, like those are the things I was thinking. And I was like, oh, you know, I'll probably end up, God forbid, canceling this. Like all these negative things. Anyway, I didn't ask him again. But then I didn't ask him again. And then I just wanted to check also. I was just curious. So I asked again and I was like, well, how many now? And that was like a few days later, and I was thinking maybe he'd say like 4, and I'd need to start thinking about what to do. And bear in mind, like I launched everything quite early, right? Like these retreats are happening in March and June, so I have done everything quite early for me anyway. Maybe not by retreat standards. And he replied and he was like, it's full. I was like, what? Oh my gosh. I was just so happy, so excited. And yeah, I just can't wait. I really really can't wait. Yeah, it feels like it's going to be like, I know I will be teaching, I will be painting, and obviously you will be my focus, but it also does feel like I'm about to go and have a wonderful holiday with friends who love art. Like and eat and just have a really really wonderful time. So that's kind of the story behind everything, that's how the retreat came to be. So plenty of things going on. But also for the first retreat, at least, I don't know about the second retreat yet. I'm waiting on the names and final details and everything. um but for the first retreat, the vast majority of people who are coming are art members, which is really nice because it's kind of like we're taking it offline, we're meeting in person. It's going to be good. I know I missed some chat. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Wildflower. I was hoping, I saw Lindsay had posted about like the flowers, had posted about the paper, and I thought that they were going to send it. Like, I don't know if there was a mistake or super cheap, or like, I know she was posting that it was something about like Papergate. Mm. Oh, Derwit. Derwit is like, things that I'm working on, and you just like so I mean, it's not official, but we will be having guests. And yeah, and well, I guess we're all friends here, and we're like, how far, 1.5 hours in. Yeah, so anyway, Omar and I have been talking about it, and we are working on doing that. So for context, in the Zoom sessions, last year, I invited some people so that we could all like kind of paint together. Helen Cryer came and painted with us. That was awesome. Hannah Flanagan came as well. Also awesome. Hamrib came. Fantastic. Christy came. Also fantastic. Have I missed anyone out? I hope I haven't. Did Sarah come? I feel like, did Sarah and I did a live stream? Yeah, Sarah and I did a live stream, but I don't think we've done a Zoom yet. I'm joking. I need to ask her. I haven't even mentioned it. But yeah, no, that was really fun. But Omar and I have been chatting. But who I'm also open to suggestions on who you guys would like to come for the Zoom. I'm gonna tie this back for the Zoom, and then we can, it's nice to like paint together and have a good time. Oops. Where's my schminke? This one's the one that I have to be careful to get flat, because otherwise it will not go down. Yeah, Leslie. Wouldn't that be a challenge? Because she loves tiny painting, which I haven't done. Ooh, Katie. Taria. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me just get a. I'm just like saying. Let me get a piece of paper and ask. Well, and ask a list, like, at least. I'm just looking for the paper that I had. I don't want to. I normally have like some scrap paper around. Oh, here it is. Let me make the list. Okay. Cool. We shall see. Tara is actually also really awesome because, she does like lots of great. Tom. I wonder, would Tom come? I feel like a fangirl with Tom. Do you know what I mean? I feel like a fangirl with everyone. Like even Leslie, when the fact that we went, camping together, I would have never, we would have never, I would have never thought. And it was so funny because I had, um, we had assumed that I reached out to chat because, I'm like chatty. And we looked back on the chat for some reason because I said, like, sometimes it kind of feels like you're almost like asking someone out, I would assume. Because it's kind of like, oh, um, I know that you don't know me, but I am not crazy. I watch you online. I want us to be friends. That's pretty much the vibe of the messages that I'm sending. And we were laughing about it, and she was like, oh, like, it's like I asked her out. And then we looked back on the chat, and she'd messaged me, which was Shepherd, I assume. Yeah, she'd messaged me, and she was like, oh, I'm the one who asked you out. And then I was like, well, to be fair, I'm the one who drove like 4 hours to come and see you. So I feel like we're both invested in this relationship. But it was just so lovely to actually, get to spend all that time with her. And it's so wild. It's so wild. Like, even Sarah Burns, I still fangirl her, which I'm sure she's like, why? We literally chat all the time. But I'm just in awe of all these artists, I guess, is the crux of it. And there's just something so nice about, getting to having like friends who love art as well. Do you know what I mean? And it just so happens that through my art membership and through YouTube, that I have this whole new group of art friends, and I love it. Tio does not know me at all. But I'll put him on the list. And that would actually work quite nicely because the messy desk is in a different time zone. So I'll put him on the list. At least I feel like less of a weirdo if I can say, like, oh, hey, it's my members who asked. Not just me. It's not like I'm stalking you. This is Perulian Violet, by the way. I'm thoroughly enjoying this chat. This is way better than doing this alone in silence. Yeah, I love Sarah. She's just so cool. And I still remember like our very first chat, because I think I'd asked her something and she was like, oh yeah, sure, let's just like jump on Zoom and talk about it. Was it Zoom? Yeah, it was on Zoom. She was like, yeah, sure, let's just jump and have a chat. And I just could not believe. I couldn't believe it. And then we chat for ages. ages and ages and ages. You know, like when you, I've been quite lucky in that sense that everyone that I've met, it literally feels like you're instant friends. Because, you know, think about it, it can be quite full on. Like, say, for example, with Leslie, we met and then we camped for 3 days. Like, in retrospect, that's quite a big risk to take for someone that you haven't met. You don't even know if you'll get along or anything. And we literally just got along straight away. Um, and then obviously got to meet Helen as well and had a wonderful time. Got to meet Melanie Chadwick again, wonderful time. Omar is so lovely. We literally just chat all the time. Anyway, I'm just saying all this to say that not only are they incredible artists, but they're also just really lovely people. Like really, really lovely. And even like, you know, like Ham Rib. I remember, like, she's so lovely. And to be honest, we've probably been talking the longest. Or actually, I can't remember how or why Tari and I started talking a while back. But Hamrib and I have probably been talking the longest. Which is wild, because, yeah, I don't know. I remember being worried because I didn't want them, any person that I talked to with a YouTube channel, I didn't want them to think that I had ill intentions. And I also kind of thought like, oh, what if they're like, oh, my channel is just small, don't talk to me, which is not at all what happened. We can have the messy desk ask, yeah. I'm gonna blame it on you guys. If they see this live, I don't think they'll see this live stream. How far are we? Oh, Ren, you found me through Leslie. That's so cool. Yeah, it's Sandy Onok. Okay, where's my paper? Christy, you want Christy back, Derwood? She's awesome. Let me write this down. It's funny because we all basically watched the same channels, apparently. Is what this list is telling me. I guess it makes sense, like, you watch, you know, I don't know. I don't feel like we're similar in terms of all these artists that I'm mentioning, but I guess clearly there's something about us that's similar enough that we get along, so perhaps it makes sense that we all watch. If you watch me, you watch them, we all like each other. Yay! Welcome, Danielle. That is so cool. Thank you so much for joining my membership. That's so cool. I can't see which tier you joined, but I look forward to us chatting and zooming together. We have a Zoom next Friday. Ah, Derwood, you weren't there. Oh, I love Jolly Pours florals. Sharmak, that's a great suggestion. You weren't here. Ah, I understand. You found me first. That makes sense. Yeah, it's like you've been here for a while. You found me and then them. They are awesome, so I'm sure that you are enjoying them. Yeah, I can certainly ask Christy again. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, everybody is busy. That's the one thing. But I can ask because it is so fun getting to create together. And I remember I told um I tell people, even like when, Helen came, because she um was understandably like, oh, so what is it like what are how are people gonna be? And I was like, I have the best membership. Everyone is so nice. It's the only reason I can be, so confident to be inviting people, like this. Because I was like, I have the best. Everyone is so nice. You don't have to worry. It will be fun. These are, hold on. Sorry, Wildflower. Here you go. These are the colors that I'm putting on the dot card, and they are from the last live stream that I did where I swatched out the autumn palette. So we have Daniel Smith Aussie Red Gold, Daniel Smith Rose of Ultramarine, and Daniel Smith Undersea Green, Rosa Gallery Golden Ochre, Rosa Gallery Cadmium Orange, Daniel Smith Quin Sienna, Rosa Gallery Royal Brown, Rosa Gallery Burgundy Red, Holbein Pyrrole Rubin, Schminke Pyroline Violet, Rosa Gallery Maroon Brown, Rosa Gallery Caput Mortem, A Gallo Nocturno, Rosa Gallery Quin Violet, Schminke Pyroline Green, Holbein Olive Green, Rosa Gallery Black Green, Holbein Indigo, My Mary Payne's Grey. These are the colours. At a point, I was like, there are like these colors are unintentionally quite similar. Like there's 4 colors that are quite similar, but then I thought I didn't want to, like, they are also different. So if anything, I kind of thought, well, if you have them, you can swatch them, you can use them, and you can figure out which one out of these 4 is your favorite. Do you know what I mean? You can know that actually, although they're different pigments, you don't necessarily need all 4 of them. But I couldn't pick a favorite, so 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 I figured it would be good for you to have all of them. That was my hope. The one thing that I was also thinking about adding is Nickel Azo Yellow or Quin Gold. If you're doing your own autumn palette, I think those are excellent colours to add. And I know Derwood made an awesome palette and was kind of talking about Quin Gold, but I didn't add it because I did do a golden palette as well, and I have sent Nickel Azo Yellow before, so and it's a quite easily available color. Nickel Azo Yellow is, Quin Gold less so, now depending on the brand. And that is just because PO49, which is the original Quin Gold, has been discontinued, and PO48, which was mixed with PY150, is being discontinued. So some brands still have it, like Daniel Smith and Roman Schmore, and some brands have stopped making it with PO48 and instead have started making it with other colors. Like I've seen, I think, one with PV19 or PR102. And if all these numbers are very confusing, what I'm saying is that the orange pigment that is used to make Quin Gold has been discontinued, and so the newer colors have a slightly different pigment, so look slightly different and behave slightly differently. More commonly than not, I think they'll just granulate, whereas the other one, the original, didn't. So all that to say that rather than giving you the same colors again, I've given you different ones. I know, right? Well, one day when they have tubes, I'll be able to send them out. Good evening, Laura. Oh, Laura. Isn't it like... Oh, no. Sorry. I know another Laura G, but I don't think it's you. But welcome, Laura. For a second, I thought you were the Laura in Germany, which would have meant it was very late for you. Ah, Sharmak. Emma. I can ask Emma. Potato pirate. It is so lovely, actually. to that so many artists support each other. And I think especially, um, I guess everyone. Oh my gosh, is it just no? It can't be just me. Am I the only one who's not full time? Huh. Okay. Anyway, um, I was going to say that it's quite this YouTube side of things is quite like niche. Like it's not it's just nice to be able to talk to people who understand the YouTube side of things, both from a business perspective, from a doing art perspective. Like, do you know what I mean? It's not otherwise. Like, I don't know anyone else who's, oh, actually I do, but outside of art friends, I know only one other person who's doing YouTube. And so it's nice to have people to kind of talk to. Um, and it makes it feel like even more of a community, which has been really lovely. I can't be the only one who's am I? Anyway. Because I was thinking it's quite a unique and new job, new business type, and then that had me thinking like, wait, is it me? Um, Hopefully one day. Oh, thank you so much, Potato Pirate. It feels like I know it's technically like, takes a while, labor of love. When I told one of my friends and that I was doing this and and she was like, "Whoa, that's so much work." And then when she realized I buy the colors to make the dot card, she was like, "You're not even making a profit." Why? I was like, "But it's so fun. It's so good." And also when I tell people like, "Oh, the what I do in the membership," um, they always look at me like I'm crazy. They're like, "You do what?" But it's fun. It's fun. It's fun. What are you leaving? Oh, enjoy dinner, and also I look forward to see what you got for Blick. Oh, Ren, you're so curious about the joys and challenges of running a YouTube channel. Oh, I could talk about this forever. Which one would you like to know first? Shall we do joys? Um, the joys of watercolor spreadsheet. Yeah, no, we do. And you know what? If you want, oh, what's the site? Is it Artist Pigments? Oh, if I remember the site, I'll put it in the description. But there is a new site it must be Artist Pigments. That is, back in the day we used to use handprint and you can still use it. It has a lot of great information on watercolor pigments. But Artist Pigment, I believe, is the site. If not, I will put it down in the description. You can create your own login there and you can actually download spreadsheets like of the colors. You can make your own. You can, how do I say this? They have a database of all the colors from all the brands. You can go on there, maybe say like, oh, Schminke Perilyn Green, I have that color, and you can add it to your own like palette and it will come up with all that information. And then if you want, with time, you can just download that palette and it will have all the colors that you've added to that list. It will have all their pigment information. It will have all the information that you want. It's absolutely fantastic. And you can also like plot it on like a color chart to see. I spent way too long on this website. It's awesome and it's free. Hey, Gwen, welcome. Ren, I love when you share behind the scenes stuff of what it's like and the data and even the horrors. Oh yeah. Yeah, I probably overshare. But what can you do? What can you do? I'd say that the benefits are by far. like this art community. I think it's called Artist Pigments Wildflower. Um, Darwood would know. I don't know who else would know that's awake. Mm. Laura, you've tried some Rosa Gallery colors, but you feel like they have a slightly chalky residue. Have I found that? Mine have all been from their tubes. I haven't found, I haven't found them to be chalky. I found them to be, but they're not. I don't know, because someone asked me like, what's the difference between Rosa Gallery and the other like paint brands? Because in my head, I think they're good professional grade, but for me, there's still like a clear difference between them and like Senelier, Roma Schmall, Daniel Smith, Schminke. Do you know what I mean? Like I think the others are slightly better, but I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't find them to be chalky, but um I don't know. Maybe I'll just dedicate some more time, like a week or something, of just painting with them so that I can figure out figure them out better, if that makes sense. Um, the one thing that I found more so with them from wet is that they take forever to dry. So they the palette that I made with them isn't a palette that I would use for travel, like in terms of like urban sketching or plein air painting or anything like that. The pans, however, re-wet beautifully and aren't like, still wet. So I use the ready-made pans that I've bought from them, and they're quite nice. Mm, yes, Ren. I literally, when I first got to handprint, I went down the rabbit hole, but this site, I wish I could remember. I think it is called Artist Pigment. Maybe if you Google, see if it comes up. This site is fantastic because you can also personalize it to your own palette. And so, if for example you have all of one brand, you can just download all of them straight away, and it just makes it easier to create a database, which I haven't created. But should I do so, should I finally like climb that mountain, it will be through that site. So, in terms of the benefits of having an art YouTube channel, I think ultimately it's this, like right here, being able to chat with you about something that we all love and enjoy. Um, yeah, that is the main benefit. I can't even. I mean, I love it so much. I enjoy it so much. And I was kind of joking that I can't even remember what I used to talk about before. Because now I talk about art almost all the time. I'm like, what was I even talking about? Because I can't remember being so enthused or inspired by anything like this before. So for me, this community is the main benefit of having a YouTube channel. And I think that's why, if you can tell, like when I do my videos and I'm talking to you as an MVP and I'm asking you questions, um, that stems from me wanting to know you and to talk to you and to know what you're doing, what you're finding interesting, um, and getting to know you. Like, I love that I recognize names. I love that I know Wildflower will tease me about using yellows. I love that Ren's now in the membership. Hey, I love recognizing all your names. To me, that makes it worthwhile. And I think part of the reason when I started with the MVPs and kind of talking directly to you, it was because I knew that if I don't have community, if I don't feel like I am talking to someone, then I wouldn't be able to do it. And I know that's not the case for everyone. And it's not that I needed hundreds or thousands of people, but I just needed to know that there was at least one person who was out there and just enjoying this as much as I was, basically. So that's the benefit. Now there are of course other benefits, having, but I think friendship. I think honestly the friendships are the best. I think the friendships are the main thing for me. Um, no, it's not the Artist Assist app, Enfla. It's really not. and but I will find it. Hey, Hannah. Oh yeah, see, Hannah's an MVP. And I love that I know that. Do you know what I mean? We've been talking for years. And yeah, so for me that's the best part, because otherwise, it's one thing talking to people that you love about, things that you're interested in, like, that's nice, but to know that I can come and kind of talk to you about PO49 and you know what I mean, or I'm talking about paper or sketchbooks and you know what I mean, and you feel the excitement, or like that, I love. And I wouldn't have that if it wasn't for this channel. And then, okay, there are some other benefits. I keep thinking about like friendships, but yes, there are some other benefits. um I would say that, especially at the beginning, getting art supplies for free was a wonderful, wonderful benefit, because obviously I love art supplies. So that was good. I will also say, I will add the caveat that the novelty of that can wear very thin when your time is being exchanged for the art supplies. I think, depending on the supply, how much they cost, how much you want it, so on and so forth. And when I started, when I stopped thinking about my excitement about the supplies itself, and I started thinking about the fact that ultimately I was working 28 hours for a video in exchange for a £12 art supply, the novelty of it started wearing thin, and I started kind of feeling a bit used. So, but that being said, it is lovely to get to use all these different supplies and to really lean into something that I'm really passionate about. And that wouldn't be possible without this channel. Then what else? The having the membership, which is the membership is as a result of the YouTube channel. Like, the membership is a place where, because at the moment now, for example, if we want to chat, is you either write a comment and hope that amongst the 400 comments that I get a month, I read all of them, by the way. Reading and seeing them is never the issue. I read and see absolutely every single comment because I check it every day, multiple times. But replying, I really struggle with replying on time. And but for now, like, that's pretty much how we communicate, right? Like, unless I go live at some random point, and then that means that we get to have chats like this where it's more back and forth. But with my membership, it's almost like a WhatsApp group. So we can talk all the time if we want. I when I'm free, which a few times a day, I will go on and I will chat with everyone, and everyone will be talking to each other and encouraging each other, and all of that is only possible through YouTube. Otherwise, nobody would know me and nobody would be in it. It would just be me. Just looking, because I think I missed out a color somewhere. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Did I miss out a color? I feel like I did. I feel like I looked at something and I thought I need to add it. So those are the main benefits, I think. The sense of community. Oh, here it is. The sense of community, being able to build something that I really care about, and also having this channel gives me a sense of accountability. Do you know what I mean? Because I feel like I should, I have to, not have to, but I get to create videos for you, and it feels like if it wasn't for that, when life gets really busy, it would just drop off and I just wouldn't do it, point blank period. Do you see what I mean? I know, exactly that, Ren. Exactly that. It just lifts. I feel like I am happier and more energized after spending time with other artists. It's always been the case, which is really wonderful. But yeah, having the membership just means that I can do that whenever I want. And so I started shifting away from going on Instagram, where I was just seeing posts by people I don't even follow and ads, and sometimes that, it's just like distractions and like clickbait and trigger things, and I just didn't want that. And I just spent time in my Discord instead, because people are sharing their artwork, people are being nice. We just get to chat, and we have like a random chat as well, so if you want to have talk about anything random, you can. But then also, like, quite a few people are doing Inktober or art challenges in October, so they're sharing that, so that's inspiring every day. And then quite a few people are creating their own custom palettes, and they're sharing that and asking for people's inputs, so there's just like a nice environment. Now, in terms of the challenges, the main challenges with YouTube um, are that it takes a lot of time. At least the way that I do it, it takes a lot, a lot of time. And I think that is the main, well, yeah, I think that's the main thing. It takes a lot of time, and to edit the videos, um, to think of the videos, to record the videos, all of that takes time. And for me, I'm not joking, some videos will take like 20, not like, most videos will take around 20 hours for me to edit. And it could be that I'm just super slow, because it's not like I'm doing anything fancy. It's just how long it takes me. And then when it comes to like the vlogs take ages to edit. Like, the vlogs take so long to put together, as do the swatching videos as well. And they tend to be the videos that don't get as many views, but I feel like they are also the most helpful videos. Do you see what I mean? Like, in a sense that I find the vlogs meaningful because I'm sharing part of the art journey or the art adventures that I'm on. I find the swatching videos to be helpful because if you're then looking for those colors, you can just go and look at the video. But they take forever to edit, and they don't get views. And so sometimes there can be like this little tug of war between, I have a limited amount of time. Do I create something that is more likely to get views, or do I create something that will not get views, but maybe I will enjoy more, or maybe will be more useful, more helpful? And with the views, sometimes it feels like, oh, is it just vanity metrics? But other times, it's it's what I have to know whether people enjoy it, and it's, they want to see more. Do you see what I mean? So it's not like, oh, I want views because I just want loads of views or anything like that. It's more like, if people aren't watching, does that mean that actually I'm not providing the value I should be providing, and thus I should just create something else? And it's kind of like that tug of war between the two. And what else? There are some hate comments. Thankfully, they are far and few between, but there also can be a negative side. But also, I think that ultimately the main drawback is the amount of time that it takes, and also the fact it doesn't make money. If I'm being completely honest, I make £4 for every 1,000 views. So if you look at my channel, it's quite easy to see that most of my videos make £4 to £8. Some make more, some make less, but ultimately, when I think about the fact that one video took me 20 hours to make, and then it will make £8, it's hard. And then sometimes, we've all got bills to pay. I've got bills to pay, and sometimes I worry about the finances. I worry and stress about the money, and then I think about, well, I could just stop YouTube, automatically get 20 more hours in my week, and do something else, take up more shifts at work, or get another job, or do something else that will take off this stress and make money, and then I won't be as stressed. But then I also won't have, the community, and I won't have this joy that I get from creating. So it's a tough one to balance, I think. But also, I think if you're approaching it as like a hobby, and you have plenty of time, and you just want to connect with people, and money isn't going to be a factor in it at all, because you're financially stable and everything else, then it's wonderful. If you have the time, you have the passion, it is absolutely fantastic to get to talk to all these wonderful people and have a community. If you are looking at it as a way to make money, then it gets a bit complicated, because I've been doing this. I've shared videos of this. Yeah, and that's the thing. That is the problem, right? That balancing that, Sharmak, in terms of, you want to do things that feed your soul, but then you also need to do things that will feed your stomach. So and sometimes that is hard. So I think those are kind of the challenges. I would say the time that it requires, and again, I say the way that I do it. Maybe if I like, there's nothing stopping people from just coming online and doing 1 hour live streams once a week. Then all your investment is 1 hour. That's pretty much what you have to do. Do you see what I mean? There's no need. You don't have to. So there's plenty of ways to do YouTube, and you can definitely do it in a way that works for you. I just know that when it comes to the videos that most people watch and most people enjoy, it is the edited videos, and they obviously take me time to make. And then there've been a few times, like, oh my gosh, when I was 3 years in, I think, or 3.5 years in, I put up a post and I was like, look, I need a break. I'm gonna come off YouTube for I think I didn't say how long, but I was like, look, I'm gonna come off YouTube. And the only reason I posted was I didn't want people to just think I disappeared and wasn't coming back. So it was just like, hey, it's a concerted thing. I am, like, it's a planned thing. I am going to be taking a break, first break of 3 years. Won't be making videos. But obviously I still had my art membership at the time. So I said, like, but I do still have, for those who are members, I am still going to be making those videos, because it ultimately means that instead of making 4 to 8 videos a month, I'll make 4 or 2 to 4 videos. Do you know what I mean? Instead of doing double that amount. Like last year, I made 126 videos, and I'm working as a doctor. Like, it's a lot. So anyway, I posted and I said that, and oh my gosh, most people were really lovely, very supportive. Kind of like, oh no, I've completely forgot about this, quite far back. Were really lovely, very supportive, and like, enjoy your break, we'll see you when you're back. Some people appalled. They were like, how dare you? You've forgotten where you've come from. We've got you where you are, and now you're leaving. You're just after the money. Like, all these kind of like really mean comments. And the thing is that, like I said, I love the community. So I think it's one thing to get like hate comments from randos, but these were names were recognized. We've been chatting all this time. You've watched 340 of my videos, all for free, and I tell you I need a break for the first time in 3 years, and you tell me I've forgotten where I've come from, and this is a money grab. So that was interesting. And also I think that sometimes there's a stigma with, like, when it comes to, like, talking about money. I think there's a stigma in general, but I also think that there's this idea that everything should be done for free. But there are plenty of artists who haven't made 379 free videos on YouTube, and they are getting paid, as should they. We've all got bills. Anyway, so those were like some of the comments, and they were like, oh, this is terrible, you only care about the money, all of this, all of that. Someone's like, oh and this is the thing with YouTube, or maybe it's human psychology, is that you can get 99 nice comments, get one bad comment, but the one that sometimes stings and stays is the ones that are negative. Because I remember they're like, oh, I watched your videos and you got money from the ads that I was watching, and now you think that's not enough money and you're leaving and you're doing your membership, like all these kind of comments. Um, and yeah, so that wasn't great. And that's um and I mean, I've been open about how much I make on YouTube because I think when people don't talk, that's how people get taken advantage of. People don't know what is going on. So I was like, okay, yes, I get paid from ads. I get paid £4 per 1,000 views, which means I get paid 0.04 pence. Correct me on my maths, per view. um, not exactly raking it in for 20 hours a week, am I? So, oh, Pearline Green, where are you? Oh, here we are. Potato pirate. Entitlement knows no shame. I think that's the thing that shocked me, you know? Yeah, Ren, exactly. It's the time. Oh, thank you. Well, that's the thing. My hope is, and that's the one thing that that's the there isn't filler content, so they use it as a silent while live streaming. I know. So the time I think is the biggest issue for me, and also, I mean, this sounds. I'm not trying to complain or sound ungrateful. At the end of the day, nobody is forcing me. I could say I'm not doing it tomorrow, and that would be it, right? Like, it would end. Um, but just to give a realistic view of the pros and the cons. The other thing is that it sometimes feels like a little bit of a machine, the algorithm. And what I mean by that is that, so when I decided that I needed this break, I was taking a break from edited videos. So I was like, I'll still do um live streams, but I won't do edited videos. So instead I shifted to do, I think I took maybe like 2 weeks where I didn't do any videos, and then I started doing live streams. And because I'd stopped doing edited videos, my channel I just watched it like go down. And what I mean by that was like the views went down, the the amount of subscribers went down, the reach went down, everything kind of started trending downwards. And there is a truth to the fact that you can make videos that will just be watched for years and years, but there's also a truth to the fact that if you stop posting, your channel will stop growing. So it just feels like a thing that you have to do continuously. um which again, for me, in one hand it's good because it's quite, motivating to um and that, accountability that I was talking to you about, that in part comes from that, knowing that, you know you do have to be quite consistent with it. But then also, like, the other side of it is, like, say for example, this week I've been on nights, I'm exhausted, I just slept all last night, so I haven't edited a video. And I know that it has a negative impact on the channel, and that means that, the videos won't get viewed as much for the weeks coming, and so on and so forth. So yes, those are the pros and the cons. I think obviously I'm still doing it, so the pros outweigh the cons for me. And I keep getting messages like, oh, I hope you keep making videos, and I've started replying, I'll make them as long as I can, because I don't know. I think that um I hope I can do it forever, but I just don't know if it's sustainable for creators forever. Like, kudos to Lindsay. I don't know how she's been doing it for as long as she has. And also, when I think about all the artists that are doing it full time, I don't know how, like, that is possible. And I guess that's why there are memberships and selling, books and there have to be other avenue streams, because um in order for me to make in order for me to be able to pay my bills, I'd need to get 1 million views a month, which is wild. Which is absolutely wild. I'm not getting 1 million views a month. I mean, hopefully one day, but I mean, I think that's ridiculous. mm, 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 mm. Thank you, Laura. That's what keeps me going. The knowing that, and knowing and hoping that I'm providing value, and I'm helping helping someone in their art journey, and hopefully making it less frustrating and confusing than it was for me. Because that was the thing when I started. I just felt like I was making so many mistakes. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to ask. And that was one of my things when I started. I wanted to be a place where people could ask, you know, if you don't know what colors to get, if you don't know what brush, what paper, what any of this, things that were taking me whoopsie, things that were taking me hours to find out, that would maybe take someone a few minutes to answer, but you know, I just didn't know anyone. I wanted to at least be someone that you could ask. It may take me a little while to get back to you, unless you remember, then I'll get back to you straight away, just because it comes through on my phone like a text, you know. So I just wanted to be, you know, a place where I can answer, I can help. One of the things that sometimes I do wonder though, I think I'm probably talking too much because it's the middle of the night, so bear with me as we go down this path. Where did I put? Oh, here it is. This one, this little neglected one. I'm gonna have to go back and add all these dots that I've forgotten. One of the things that I really want to know, I guess, is like, what value do I provide? Because then I know, you know, what is most valuable, what is most helpful. Is it, you know, gouache videos? Is it community? Is it watercolor videos? Is it like, what is it? Sometimes I just ask myself that, you know, because in medicine it's quite clear what my purpose and what my value is. You know, it's uh it's pretty clear cut. But on YouTube sometimes I think that's when I then struggle with knowing why I continue, because I wonder, well, actually, is it making a difference? Is it actually helping anyone? And if it's not, why make all these sacrifices? Why not just, you know? Hey, watercolorist, welcome. Oh, and welcome, Boston. I've really been enjoying your comments. Oh, and here, and this is why. You are so sweet. Thank you. I've really been enjoying seeing your name pop up. Yeah, good morning. It is super late. Um, but yeah, if you have any questions, I'm literally an open book. I think at this point there isn't anything I haven't shared about YouTube, from the brands to the money, the highs and the lows. I have shared it all. Oh, Sharmak, you were awesome. Well, that's the thing. Because to me it's like, oh well, I've brought all the awesome people together. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. But yeah, that's what I ask myself sometimes. And then how can I do more of it, you know? How can I um how yeah, how can I do more of it? How can I provide more value? How can I keep it going? How can I do it sustainably, you know? Nobody wants to burn out, do they? What are we watching today? Excellent question, a watercolorist. I am making my autumn dot cards for my Happy Mail tier. And look, I think we'll actually finish it. My aim was to like make some of them, but I think we'll finish this first batch. So yeah, it's for all my members who are in the Happy Mail tier, who were in the, I send this Happy Mail, and by this I mean watercolor dot cards, not this exact palette, every other month. And it's usually either colors that I'm inspired by, colors that we're trying, themed palettes, and it's to complement all the other awards that we have on there. I know that these ones don't have this bottom row, but I don't actually think I have space. So Might do these and then move them so that I can have space. Oh, welcome back, Derwed. I'm looking forward to knowing what you got from Blix. But Derwed, I don't know if you remember is it Artist Pigment, the website that allows you to like make your own inventory of your colors and creates the super cool wheel of you know what I mean? Like the super cool wheel of the colors that you have. I went down a rabbit hole, but it's been a while and I can't remember what it's called. Black, green, here you are. Telwood, you know me well. You know me very well. My hope is tomorrow to actually wake up, like be awake during the day, because I am on days on Monday, long days at that, so I can't stay nocturnal. This is black, green. Oh, Boston. Wow. Boston, thank you. That's so awesome. This is the thing about live streams. Obviously, I I have no decorum and no poker face. Thank you. That is so awesome. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you. And I saw the color and I because I haven't got my glasses, I was like, what is that? And then I saw and instantly said, wow, my bad. No, thank you. Yeah, a super surprise. I can't. I'm honestly so grateful. Thank you. And now I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm on camera and I can't stop smiling and yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Honestly, yeah, I'm very surprised. I can't stop smiling. I feel like I should turn the camera off, get my composure, and then come back on. But but obviously I'm not gonna do that. I am just very grateful. Thank you. It's so awesome. Trying to stop smiling. I know, right? And like my paint tube is open, and I'm just like squeezing it and laughing, and get black green all over. No, that's I can't stop smiling. Okay, I'm gonna be composed. Thank you. mm. And oh, Derwood has confirmed it is Artist Pigments. Wildflower, I think you were asking me about the site I was talking about. But yeah, it's awesome. Oh, drinks and sketches. I know. Can you imagine? Dots. Everybody. I'm saying dots, not shots. Yeah, I don't want Is it like dot cards? Yeah, I think so. It's so weird. I'm so hyper, and it's yeah. Dots. Is that is a song, right? I don't actually know the song. I think. I know. I'm so grateful. It's nice. It's I and yeah, I'm surprised. Oh my gosh! Do you think I should go back and edit this out? I'll be like, and then she just kept laughing and laughing. Now I'm not gonna edit it because one, I'm very grateful, and two, um, if I edit it, the chat will disappear. And I really enjoy looking back on the chat. I don't know about you. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with being happy, is there? Yes, Francis, it is 4:30 in London. I know. Uh I am still a night owl. So, I can't stop smiling. So, I am awake. But I'm so glad that we've actually made a progress. This is more than I thought I would do, if I'm being completely honest. I thought that I would maybe do half of this and then go to sleep and then wake up and do the other half, but actually seeing that the end is near, um for this batch at least, makes me quite happy because I'll be able to put them in my kitchen, which is east facing, south facing. It's facing, my kitchen gets warm, so I'll be able to put them in the kitchen, which will mean that they can start drying and then I can make the next batch, and then you know I'm almost done. And I'm really excited for this one, because I'm doing the dot cards. I've also done a letter, and I got really extra with it. I try to be extra, but then also I'm like, I don't want to spend all this money on like the decoration stuff, because I just see it as like money I could have spent on the watercolors instead. Um, but I still wanted to make it even nicer. So just a few little touches that I think will make it extra special. Um, I see that dot card. I've left so many gaps in. It's wild. Where's my Holbein? Holbein. Um. Oh yeah, the whole set for $138 plus tax. But what I was saying is that if you go and make your own tins, you'll get 20%, and then you can use the 30% discount on top of that if you're in the UK. So that should bring the cost down. It won't be in the same fancy tin, or be in the the silver tins that don't have the design on the top, but it'll still be pretty good. Yeah, I'm glad I found art too. It honestly came at the perfect time. Oh, sorry, Wildflower. Why are they making you nervous? Are you worried that I'm gonna smash them, or you just don't like the look of them? I can I can change the screen so that it's just on me if you want. I don't want people to. It's literally stress is literally the opposite of what I want for you guys. Mm. Oh, you're worried it's gonna smear. Wonder when Boston, you're new to watercolor and creating art in general. Watercolor is really helping you find your way back to yourself. After 7 years of caregiving, I'm glad you found. Oh my God, you need to stop. I'm so... Boston, I'm really glad that you found art, and I really, really, really love that you are here. And Deb, thank you so much. What is going on? Oh my goodness. It's literally like a party. No. Oh, honestly, I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you. I feel bad now. I feel like, oh, but you guys, just to clarify, you guys are sure you don't just want to join the membership and then we could chat. Like, I don't know. I'm like, Merry Christmas indeed. Honestly, thank you so much. I Can you imagine? I told my mum I was gonna go live, and obviously, like, I didn't tell her it was gonna be so late. Can you imagine this morning? I'm gonna be like, and then Deb and Boston gave me $100. Thank you so much. I am so grateful. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it's not gonna smear. It's all good. It is all good in the hood. It's I guess, it's been 2 years. Don't get me wrong, I did touch the paint by accident twice. Um so, nobody's perfect, but um oh, yeah. So my friend was like, because potato, I assume you're talking about when my friend was like, wait, you're buying the paints? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, oh my goodness, that's crazy. You're losing money. And I was like, but it's so good. And, we all need a little bit of joy. And I haven't done the math. Like, I don't think I'm losing money. I think I'm breaking even now. But, like, what are you doing? And they actually like watercolor. I'm going to tell her, look, it's all good. Oh, whoops. I have the best community. And I imagine I was saying that before even. You guys, I can't believe it. Okay, let me control my face. Boston, well, love it. No, I'm so grateful. I just feel, because I'm just like, oh, you know what? Yeah, I'm just like, I feel like I should give something back, you know what I mean? Yeah. No, it helps. It definitely helps. Um, but you have to, so I haven't done the maths because why, well, okay, I haven't done the maths per se. I did get an accountant who did the maths, and it is it is quite clear. It is quite clear that my wage is paying for shall we say YouTube, and no, okay, YouTube and the membership and everything technically lose money every month, and then my wage goes on top technically. But that being said, the YouTube and the membership and everything has been making more with time. Do you see what I mean? So maybe in, like, I don't know, in a few years it will make a profit. But at the moment it's and that's the thing. If it wasn't for the membership, then hands down, it like I would have I would have had to stop. But the membership is the reason. The membership is the reason that it's, in a few years, it will be positive. It will be a profit. But like I said, we've all got our hobbies, right? that's that's what it is. And I remember, oh my gosh, I remember because I had to do, you have to do your taxes and everything. And I was talking to the HMRC, which is like the equivalent of the IRS, and going through my numbers. And he was like, oh, don't worry, you've probably just started a few months, and with time it will I'm sure that your business will pick up and you'll start making money. I'd been doing it for 4 years, but at that point I was just like, I'm not gonna tell him. I'm not gonna tell him. I was just like, yeah, thank you for the encouragement, and whatnot. But also, yeah, I think is definitely a thing of like, you know, um, a, I made a quite a few big investments at the beginning, and um, it's got a few years to catch up. But it's catching up. Like this year, I've made, but I mean, the masses. This year, I've made maybe like 1,000 from YouTube. So, you know, it's good. It's good. Mm. Uh-oh, did I smear? I didn't smear, but I did touch something. The biggest challenge is more so like keeping my fingers clean as I'm doing this, and also like, you know, making the dots and not getting paint all over the thing, which came with practice. Before, I'd get rosa all over the place. It's so thing. Oh, thank you, Ren. No, thank you, Wildflower. I'm glad. Honestly, sometimes I and I mean, I know people have mixed feelings about AI, but I did like once take a screenshot of my YouTube and I put it in, and I was like, what value am I giving? What value? mm, I thought the hospital or NHS deducted your taxes from your salary. Yeah, they do, but because in theory they deduct it from my salary automatically, but because YouTube and my membership and everything all together have made not profit but revenue that is more than 1,000, I have to file taxes separately as well. Um, so it doesn't matter that I'm making a loss or whatever. It's I have to tell them because the money comes in. So they look at how much comes in, and then that's why I had to get an accountant to look at how much came in, and then look at how much went out, and then let HMRC know. And now HMRC are using like AI and stuff to like check as well, um and make sure, and they're also asking like if people have Etsy or eBay or whatever, they're getting the information straight away from them to make sure that your numbers match. Which for me, I was like, okay, yeah, like, oh gosh, the first accountant I got was just terrible, and she made a mistake on it the day that the day of the deadline where you have to pay tax, and it basically came out to say that I owed 1,500, which was completely wrong. But you have to pay or you get fined or whatever. So I was on the phone with them going through all the numbers, then realized I'm losing, you know, then like, I mean, this is not tax advice. This is not tax advice at all. But my taxes then separately. So I get taxed from my medical salary, and then they also work out the tax from YouTube and everything else. And then they'd worked out that they'd actually overtaxed me and they owed me money, but it meant going through all my numbers together to fix that. And then the second time that I had to do that, so I've had to do it twice because 2 years now I've made more than 1,000. Have I done it twice? 3 times? 3 times? Twice. No, I've done it twice with the accountants. Yeah, so because before that I didn't make, so it's only been 2 years I've made more than 1,000 in a year. And I had to, the second time that I had the accountant, they also made a mistake, so again I had to go through it with HMRC to sort it out. No, to 10. Wildflower. Thank you. That's so sweet. Isn't it also funny that it's yellow? Is it just me? Wildflower always teases me about using yellow in my art. Thank you so much to cover the taxes on the 100. No, honestly, you guys are so sweet. You honestly don't have to. I feel so grateful and also so bad. It's so funny. It's so wild. So wild. Thank you. And yeah, HMRC sounds fancy until they take money from you. Yeah, and indeed they do. What did AI spit back at me? That's a very good question. So, um, with regards to, so this is the thing, right? Because I don't know if it's just giving me like airy fairy things, but it was basically saying that, was it my membership, or I've asked it a few times. But it was kind of leaning into the fact that, you know, I have joyful, happy art, and I've created a happy community for people to enjoy. So it was kind of focused, I guess, like everyone had said, on the community aspect of things. And that I think because it was also looking and saying, although I get a lot of comments, right? I'm writing to you, you're writing back. So it was kind of talking about the fact that there's a community sense. So even if the views are not, even if a video doesn't get many views, it gets a lot of comments, which shows that, you know, there's a sense of community and people are coming back, and I'm creating a safe place for people to be themselves and to create art. And yeah, so it was kind of focused on that. But then I also don't know how it was getting that from my video, because it wasn't watching my videos, it was just a screenshot of the videos that I'd created, but maybe because of the topics that I was picking, I don't really know. I appreciate all of you, honestly, absolutely all of you. You're awesome. mm. No worries at, yeah, like honestly, no one has to. I'm grateful that you are here. I'm grateful that you are part of this community. I'm not joking in saying that I wouldn't be able to do it if it wasn't for you. And I'm guessing that you can probably tell, right? Can you, especially given, think about how many hours I've spent doing live streams. Can you imagine if there wasn't this community? Like, that should show that I really enjoy spending time and talking with you. And if you weren't here, what would I do? What would I do? Who would I talk to? This last one is, I still have these ones to do here, but because I didn't have space, I'll have to put these to the side and then do them, if that makes sense. Ooh, it was going so well. I didn't smear it, but you know, it did that little dance. So now I get to move that to the side and get to bring this back, because I like missed out a whole bunch of them. Put that here. No. um your, what's it called, I appreciate all support. I appreciate the people who are watching and not saying anything because they just enjoy chatting and reading the chat and hearing my voice. I appreciate those who are watching on the replay. I appreciate Ren, Wildflower, and Boston for their really generous tips. I appreciate members. I appreciate those who are watching and chatting. I honestly appreciate all of you. Um, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to think, honestly, that deciding to paint would lead to all of this. No, it is crazy, crazy, crazy to think. I shared. Ooh, whoops! I shared on Substack how and why I started painting, and yeah, they do. MB Flirt, yes. YouTube take 30%. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, give to Caesar what is Caesar's? I don't know. You know what I mean. Um, but yeah, YouTube take 30%. Kofi take, which is like through my membership. Even if you're not a member, you can tip on there. Kofi take zero. Um, they they take zero, as in like I pay a subscription and they take, because I pay the subscription, they don't take anything further from the donations. They do take, I think they take 5% from the membership, and then obviously Stripe and PayPal and whatever also take extra. But honestly, I'm still so grateful. Yeah, you guys are so amazing. I honestly don't take it lightly. You being here, whatever time it is where you are in the world, you watching, you commenting, you donating. It's incredible. It's incredible. Yeah. What did I say? Yeah. Ren, you can. If yeah, on Kofi, it's which I didn't. Okay, I feel bad because I don't want people to feel like they have to give. You don't have to. I don't want everyone's like, oh, you just came to chill, and all of a sudden, I'm uh I'm giggling you into giving what you weren't planning on giving. But yeah, you can on Kofi. You can give on Kofi. It's linked in the description. Should you wish, you can either become a member and ooh. Okay, good news. Dark card is fine. You see, risky game we're playing. Um, but was that close? Very, very, very. I just need a surface to put this on before I take it to the kitchen. I can't get up because I also have dot cards on my lap. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was talking about Kofi. So yeah, I have a Kofi for tips and for the membership, and I also have a Patreon. On Patreon, I share edited videos, but I find that most people who like my live streams probably prefer Kofi because that's where I do the Zooms. And obviously the Happy Mail as well. Although this Happy Mail is for those who were members in those who were members in August and September. Okay, I think, have I done all? No, this one. And then those who join in October will get the next Happy Mail, which will be in December. So I don't know, maybe a winter theme, or either winter theme or maybe pearlescence, or I mean maybe Christmas themed, or I have another idea, but I don't know if I should share it. I don't know if I should do spoilers. Oh, Ren, yeah, this one is for the one before, so you'll get the next one, which will be equally as awesome. I have another idea of what I want to do, but I don't know if you guys want spoilers. But you'll probably get a spoiler because what I have in mind, is collaborative. Um, I always do spoilers. It's actually really hard for me not to. Like, even for Christmas and stuff, I have to buy the gifts a few days beforehand and avoid all talk of Christmas because I just can't keep the excitement to myself. Shocking, I know. Where did I place the cap? Did I drop it? Oh no. Okay, let me take this off my lap. If you see the cap, feel free. Oh, I see it. I see it. Uh-oh. Oh no. Gosh, it was all going so well. Hold on. Uh-oh. Don't even know. What did I do? Okay. Okay. I found another surface. So we are back. We want spoilers. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking, right? Yeah, the turquoise. Oh, turquoise is your favorite color as well. I yeah, I don't even know if I have one. I have a think. The spoilers is this is what I'm thinking, right? We made a here it is. We made a favorites palette a while back now. And since then the membership has grown and has changed. So part of me is thinking about doing an expanded version of the favorites palette. And for those of you who weren't here then, what we basically did was everyone made a suggestion of their favorite one or two colors, or maybe I asked for three actually, like ranked. And then I looked through all the suggestions and I put together a favorites palette based on that, like a curated palette based on either colors that were mentioned most or, you know, like making it also quite balanced. PY43. Darwood's favorite. PY43 was also included in the favorites palette. Dare I say that I struggled to get along with PY43 and it just so happened to be Darwood's suggestion. And so I so we put together the favorites palette and that's how I discovered not Piedmontite, Soda Light Genuine. That's how I discovered, where is it? Is this, you know, there's actually this palette, although I've removed some of the colours. No, is it this one? I think it is this one. I think is it this one? No, this one is the Romish Raw palette. There's something I find so satisfying about the fact that the paint is running low. It's like, yes, I am painting. Oh, bottom right. This one. Yeah, I've missed quite a few on this one. But this one is like nocturno, so I need to add that. But yeah, Agapanthus Blue. That was, yeah, Johnny's Ma. That was a new one. What else? What were the other colors? Like, there were obviously, you know, Quin Magenta, Nickel Azo Yellow, Yellow Ochre, PY43. Yeah, Agapanthus Blue is a color by Sorrow that I hadn't used before. And then Johnny's Ma had suggested it for the favorites palette. I bought it and it was beautiful. It's like a purple leaning blue. So I'm thinking maybe a favorite like extended or part 2 of the favorites palette, because it will come around Christmas, hopefully beforehand. But last year there was the strikes. So that's what I'm thinking. Yes, French ultramarine was. You suggested, no, you and I think Astroglio suggested Pyro Red, Derwood. French ultramarine was by Sonia, and it's true. From then, I started using French ultramarine more than normal ultramarine, just because it's warmer, so it makes like nicer, deeper purples. But also, I mean, I love ultramarine too, but it granulates a lot as well. Then you have a good memory. Where is my palette? My favorites palette. I think I'd even swatched it out. Yeah, Schmincke's French Ultramarine is not only beautiful, it granulates a lot more than some of the other French Ultramarines. So, I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. Or if not, we can do winter, could do blues. Although I did do a blues dot card before, and in the blues one, I added like lots of favorite blues in Downthrown blue, Mayan blue. Like I went wild with the blues. We've had a blues. I don't think we've had a green. Have we had a greens palette? Maybe it was one of the first ones. It would make sense given that it's me. We've had Fading Friends palette. That was a lot of fun to put together. Like the fugitive colors. Part of me, I mean, I did it during Valentine's and it was all about like fading colors. Yes, Potato Pirate. We are talking about Sonia from in Ireland. Oh, what's happening, MB Fleur? That's weird. It shouldn't be doing any sort of spiral. What does that mean? Mm, 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 mm. Ren, I missed your comment. For winter shadows. I'm biased as I'm studying shadows these next several months. Honestly, I'm curious to know what colors you're using, because a few weeks ago. Oh, in my video that you'll probably be able to see now, I did a video called Studio Snippets, where I would check in a few times every month in September. A few times during the month of September, when I was going to sketch, I would record like a little snippet about what I'm creating, why I'm creating, what I'm thinking about. And in it, I did mention that I am thinking about like focusing on shadows, although I didn't think that I would do it that much during the winter months, because it tends to be darker and less sunlight. But that being said, I'm curious to know what kind of colors you use for shadows, or you're um, leaning towards with shadows, because that's the thing um, that is sometimes a bit of a struggle with me. And I think that's what I love about the boat paintings that I was doing. I feel like I was doing really nice shadows that I really enjoyed. But sometimes I'm a bit stuck. Do I do neutral grey shadows? Do I do ultramarine as a wash shadow? Do I do purple shadows? Do I just do a darker version of the color that I'm using? Like, it's in my head to explore shadows more. So I'm actually quite curious to know what you have been using. And I do love making like my own dark mixes, Caput Mortem, um, Caput Mortem and like Caput Mortem or benzimidazole brown, or like a burnt umberish kind of color with ultramarine. Beautiful shadows. I love that. Yeah, I can't take credit for it. Fading Friends was by Derwood. He's made this awesome palette called Fading Friends, and it just has like really cool colors that are fugitive, but they're nice to enjoy while they're here. And so during, I think it was this year in February, I did lots of, no, it must have been last year. Yeah, it was last year, because I wasn't in this place, I was in my old place. Um, I sent out operas. I think it was primarily opera pink because I mean I love opera pink and it was February after all. But yeah, Fading Friends was a nice one to put together because we like them still. It's a really great palette, and Derwood has given me permission. Oh, that's so weird. I tried to Google. Let me see if I hold on. Let me get the link. Um, but Derwood also gave me permission to create a video with Fading Friends because that palette is awesome. Oh, Sleep Well, watercolorist. Because it's a nice homage to, enjoying your supplies. And yes, like, I feel like with the light fastness thing, I think it's just a question of having information and then making an informed decision. I love opera pink. I know that it will fade, and I'm okay with that. Um, I that being said, like say for example, I have two colors that look the same. If I know about light fastness and I know one will fade and the other won't fade, then of course I will opt for the one that won't fade. But I will still use colors that will potentially fade. I will just try to be careful. I'll try to keep them in my sketchbook if possible. I'll take pictures, I'll scan, so on and so forth. I know sometimes there's this thing of like, oh, you can only sell artwork that has light fast pigments. I personally feel if you tell the person that's buying it that it has some pigments that may fade, I don't see anything wrong with it. Like I I'm okay with my art not outliving me. It would, do you know what I mean? Like I accept that it won't necessarily um outlive me. And I also feel like, and this is no shade to people at all, but like okay, I don't want my art to fade because I love my art, but I accept that, such is the cycle of life, nothing can last forever. But also sometimes I feel like there's this idea as if people are paying millions for this painting and you're committing fraud if you don't use um, the highest utmost light fast pigments that they can then keep in their museum. But in reality, a lot of the time you're like say for example for me, I'm not getting paid thousands for my paintings. um and also I think if I'm being honest and you love the painting and you like it as is, then put it behind some UV glass and enjoy your life. Or if it fades in 100 years, come back. But it's the same, like I just feel like we buy a lot of stuff that like this expect I don't know where it's come from. Basically I think as long as you're not um lying to people and telling them that actually it's completely light fast, it won't fade, and then they are say perhaps a bit reckless with it because they think that's the case and then it fades, I think that's a problem. But I think if I'm being honest and I'm saying there may be some pigments that will fade or there won't be some pigments that won't fade, or then you yourself can decide, okay, this painting is going to last 10 years. I paid £100 for it. That's £10 a year. Am I happy, or do I actually think no? I'd rather get another painting. And if you'd rather get another painting or a print of it because that won't fade, then that's fine. Um, but sometimes it does feel like we take it a bit too far. But that's just my opinion, and I know that there's strong feelings either side of it. And like I said, if I had the choice between the two, I would pick the one that isn't going to fade. But am I do I do I think it's do I think you can't sell art? Do I feel you shouldn't sell art that isn't light fast? No. I think art is art. If the person likes it, buy it. uh, That's me. If anything, I'll say like, hey, if I'm using colors that will fade, you get a new painting each day because it's the colors are changing every time. The colors are ever changing. It's a whole new painting every time. That's why, doesn't that, isn't that wonderful? I'm joking. I know, I feel like I'm in the minority in this, but that's just what I think. If you're honest, it's fine. Okay, you want something to last. I want something to last 100 years for the sake of the legacy, but if it doesn't, it's okay. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, MB Fleur. You won. Thank you. Oh, perfect. Okay, the link works. No, I love it. Yeah, exactly. It's a mood painting. Every time you look at it, it'll be like, oh, look, it's changing. The one thing is, like, when I saw a painting that someone had painted and it had changed drastically. And with that, it's not, um, that made me stop and think about light fastness in terms of the fact that I don't want my painting to completely fade or change. Like, it's something like the yellow had turned to brown. Orielin does that. PY40 cobalt yellow does that. So it's not what I'm opting for. And if there was like I said, if there's a color that won't fade that looks the same, I'll go for that color. But uh oh, but I don't think people should be scorned for using non-light fast colors. This is supposed to be fun, especially people that are creating artwork for fun. Use what you enjoy, use what you want, you know? Because yeah, sometimes it seems like the school of thought is that it's fraud if you create a painting that's original without light fast pigments. And I mean, I don't know, is Banksy concerning himself with such things? Or other artists that are selling their art for millions, are they concerning themselves with such things? Is the tape that is holding the banana to the wall going to last 100 years? But I'm here literally like breaking my back um for light fastness. No, no, no. But anyway, I love the ethos, and not only that, Durwood takes it. And by the way, I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for Durwood. I think Durwood just did a beautiful thing, creating a really lovely palette called the Fading Friends, and kind of paying homage to the colors that we enjoy that sometimes perhaps get scorned in the watercolor community. And then he also took it further and added like black and white and all these things, and the palette is beautiful. I will make a video about it. It is beautiful. The banana. I know. I always think about that. I'm literally out here breaking my back to buy light, fast colors and paints of tube and making sure they will last under museum conditions for a century. And someone's sticking a banana to a wall and made more than I'll make in a lifetime. Mm, MB Fleur, do I use Neocolor ones? I do use them sometimes, but I use them. I don't use them in isolation. I tend to use them like in my mixed media work. So if I do, for example, painting with watercolor, maybe gouache, then I will add Neocolor 2s for texture on top. Not of the whole painting, but just of some places. mm, um, but yeah, so I do like them for mixed media. They're very. I agree. I agree. I agree. They are very nice for mixed media. I do. I do tend to buy the Neocolor 2s because I like the option of reactivating them should I wish. And although quite a lot of the time I'm actually quite cold. Just imagine. Oh, I missed one. Although they are missed two. Yeah. So I do tend to leave them dry, but because I like having the option, I just tend to get the Neo Color 2s. Look at that. No, you guys are the best company. Should do this all the time. We've turned Karen Dash into a verb. That's so funny. There's another, well, quite a few companies be acting wild. You know the one thing, this really dried down. The, not Quinceana, the Aussie Red Gold. I don't know why it shrunk like that. And I can't, there we go. I'll do second pass. Ah, and dried hard as well. Where are you? Is what we were worried Derwent would do, but they did not, Karen Dash. Look. So, let me... Oh, it's here. I will probably leave them here tonight and then move them to my kitchen tomorrow so that I can make more. But yeah, it's tricky. I guess, so in part, because part of me is like, oh, it would be nice to make the dot cards that I'm going to send out. So if you want to join, you get the dot cards. But the way that I do it at the moment is, sorry, excuse me. The way that I do it at the moment is that I do it at the end so that I know everyone who's in. Does that make sense? So everyone who was in August and September gets the dot card, so I make it in October. And if I were to make it in, say for example, I were to make the next batch now, I wouldn't know everyone who's in. But I guess I could just make extra, but then what if I don't make enough? What if I make too many? So I basically wait until the end of the month so that I know exactly how many people are in and how many dot cards I need to make. But I don't know, part of me, how many of these do I make how many of these cards do you make every couple of months? It depends. I normally make I think the 20 to 25 is what I normally make, but I've opened up extra spaces so that I can make up to 30, so that up to 30 people can join the Happy Mail tier should they wish. But I will probably close it soon. And by soon I mean in the next few days. I don't like just leaving it open because it then feels like I don't know how to prepare. I don't know how many tubes to buy. I don't know what I'm doing. So I close it and then I know, okay, this is what I can do. For July, that was wild because obviously I put 34 colors in that Happy Mail. I sent out all the Mission Gold tourmaline colors to celebrate 3 years of my membership, and so for that I had to do all of this several times because it was 2 sheets as well. So I did it and then it dried and moved it and then did it again and moved it and did it again and moved it and did it again. I think I did it 4 times. That was a lot, but you know, it was nice. Just put something on and do it. Is that still? Honestly, the banana. I even like, it's wild. Hey Tracy, did I say hi before? If not, hi. Um, just in case you weren't here before, just wanted to show you, these are the colors that I'm going to be sending out. So these are the dot cards. The top three are the Daniel Smith autumn colors, which are also swatched out here. And then these are the rest of the colors. I lent very much moody autumn, like darker, deeper, moody colors, because usually my color palette is very yellow, bright, and magenta. No magenta. Can you see? I really did try to think about autumn, and not only did I think, I literally looked out of my window and looked around as I was going places and being like, okay, what blue is that? What yellow is that? What red is that? That is the game that I was playing. But yeah, if I do the favorites palette, maybe I'll make a few extra and then I'll be able to make these. No. I would have to make them in October, correct? I would have to make them in October so that everybody who joins knows what they're getting. But that's a lot early. That means making a lot extra. So I don't know. Good night, Wildflower. What time is it for you? Yeah, the purples are really lovely. I included the Notturno, which is my first. Oh, this is my Daniel Smith palette, by the way. Yeah, here. Which is an A Gallo color. It's the first A Gallo that I'm sending out, but I thought it would be appreciated, and it is one of the ones that's most mentioned. 9:30. Sleep well, Wildflower. I think it's good. It's healthy to go to bed early, to be honest. Go to bed early, wake up early, have a routine, you know. I know the damage the night shifts are doing to me. Don't wish it on anyone. But yeah, so I quite like all these purples. I feel like they're quite nice. I like all the colours, to be honest. And the Holbein Indigo, someone had actually recommended it, and I can see why. And then My Merry Blue is actually like NB60 synthetic indigo, so they're actually quite similar, although the hues look completely different. Black green, Holbein. This is very nice. It turned into an interactive piece. I just can't believe that. So nobody should come and tell me anything about my art. Meanwhile, there's a banana on a wall. Huh? What did I do? Oh, I was comparing. I have all these swatches on the back of my sketchbook. Oh yeah. Whoa. The Roman Schmull Autumn Green would obviously also be in my autumn palette, but of course I can't send Roman Schmull colours as dot cards. Then that's Roman Schmull Aquarius Green, and then Roman Schmull Forest Green. And that's all three. That's wonderful. Wunderbar. Really wonderful. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have a think. Maybe I'll put it up to a vote and say Ren. Yeah, maybe I can put it up to a vote. But Ren, did you tell me what kind of colours you've been using for shadows? Yesterday, All my troubles seem so far away. I'm here in this place to stay. Oh, I believe in yesterday suddenly. Terry, hey! La, 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 la. Yeah, exactly. Tell it to the banana. Hey, Terry. I've just finished swatching. Well, I've just finished swatching for tonight. Making the dot cards that I'm going to be sending out once they dry. And because I love spoilers, I am going to be sending out stickers as well. I made stickers. I mean, I could be really extra and start cutting them, but yeah, it's a sticker sheet, so this is the sticker. Suddenly, life is such a do. Oh, I believe in yesterday. I'll make a note of that. I think we're using similar color, Payne's Grey. So I've been using Burnt Umber and Ultramarine. I haven't put in any Primrose. I've been using Benzimidazole Brown. She had to go. Yeah, 5:32. That is not good. That is not good at all. Well, you know, I can get like 5 hours sleep. Well, I can get like anyway, that's fine. It's a problem for later. Yeah, Terry, I started. You know what? I was supposed to do it yesterday, to make them yesterday, not even live, just in general. But I was just so tired after my night shift. I just slept all day, and yesterday, and then today, I say yesterday. On Thursday, I just slept all day after my night shift. I just couldn't do anything. And then on Friday, I went out and I came back and I told myself I would do it, come what may. And I started making them at 2 a.m., which is wild. Why she had to go, I don't know, she wouldn't say. I know, I need sleep. I do need sleep. I think, how do I do this? To be fair, I'm a night owl, but also I did night shift, so I haven't really quite flipped back yet. Brenda. Hi, Brenda. I don't know about the Florence Academy. What do they do online? And what paint skills do you mean? Do you mean like oil? I think it depends on a couple of things. And I'm talking about in general. I don't know about the Florence Academy, but I would be curious to know more. Like, is it in English? And Ren, what am I missing? Yeah, sleep pattern of a physician. Oh, Ren, I've been wanting to add an earth brown color. You're always mentioning, but I can't recall the name. Is it not benzimidazole brown? Good night, wildflower. Yes, oil paint. I think it's benzim. Do you want? I can write it down. Oh, has this flipped upside down? Has this always been upside down? I can't believe this. I don't even know why it would do that. And I also can't believe, is it not upside down? Yeah, it's upside down. Oh. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I can't flip it back. It flipped, right? I think it flipped. It's definitely a P sounding pigment color. Something. Oh, Piemontite. So the browns, if the browns I use are Piemontite, which is a Daniel Smith Primatech color, so there's no pigment for that. Benzimidazole brown. By Roman Schmoll, I think is PBR 23. PBR, what are you? Oh, I know. Where did I draw it? I'm just looking through my sketchbook. Might as well. Oh no, this is very annoying for you. Hold on. Uh-oh. You can see what a mess my desk is. I'm sorry. What's it doing? Okay, we're back the right way around. Sorry about that. So I will answer the question about browns and then I will come back to Florence. I haven't heard of the Florence Academy. I was just thinking I might as well do like a little sketchbook flip through. This sketchbook, a lot of the art that I created in it was for the watercolor challenge that I did in July. And if you remember, I made 10 videos highlighting my favorite parts about watercolors, the things I wish I knew about watercolors, the different techniques, but also my favorite techniques. Of the 10 videos, the first 3, which are like the essential supplies, things I wish I knew, are actually open to everybody on YouTube. And then the rest are things like this. So this is actually from a Zoom, but I did this kind of talking about wet on wet and wet on dry, and then this I did as a real-time tutorial and then spoke about color and then different exercises. So all of that is on the membership, and if you go in the Ko-fi shop you'll find it. Why was I, oh yeah, this Caput Mortem I used to mix neutrals here, as you can see, with PB60. This is like all about, this is the color video, this I did in real time. Tone. So on ink, line and wash, this was a fun one as well. Anyway, all of that is on their separate videos. You can find them by searching. I was looking for this, which is Piemontite up close. Is that the color that we were talking about? Do you think is this one, Ren? This is by Daniel Smith, and these are some of the mixes that I can make with it up here. But then I also do use benzimidazole brown sorry, which is not in this sketchbook. I need to actually color or label these sketchbooks, because I now have so many that I have finished and or no, or have in progress. That's not the one. I'm looking for the one I made in Italy. I don't know where I put it. As in, like, not the palette, but the drawing that I did of the palette. Because that would have had the pigment information. But anyway, you said it's not benzimidazole brown. It's either PBR 25 or PBR 33. Ryan, I just saw your comments. You want to explore some lovely shadows, even with lavender, winter skies. No, that makes sense. Yay, we did it. It was Piemontite. Okay, yeah. I guess those were the main two options. As soon as you said it was with P. But yeah, it's a beautiful Primatech color. It really is. And it also, hold on, I want to check, and I think it does. It comes as you know, a stick as well. So because it's a series 4 color, it is one of the more expensive ones, as is Soda Light Genuine. That's the other color that I don't know why I'm playing these risky games on top of the dot cards, but yeah, Piemontite and Soda Light are beautiful colors. Both are series 4 though, so they tend to be more expensive, but if you buy them as a stick, sticks are all one price, whether they are series 4 most expensive color or series 1 most affordable color, all the same price. And thus I have got sticks of both of them. Hey, I haven't heard any of the Taylor Swift songs, apart from the fact that there's this Instagram artist that I watch. I think it's like CSA Punch, something like that. And she'll make like a lot of videos about being a millennial and things. And she was saying how we're now at that stage where all the new songs sound like old songs. And she played like snippets of Taylor Swift's new songs. And indeed, they sounded like old songs. So I was like, oh, this sounds like this sounds like that. But I only heard snippets. Yeah, I know. I literally, with all the it's funny now because I have quite a lot of Daniel Smith colors, but when I started, I think I only got 8, and it was a very, very big investment for me. And with time, like, that's the thing that I've also shared on this channel, that I, outside of art supplies, I don't really spend money. That is why I can buy art supplies. So, and I don't go out and buy clothes. I don't go out and buy fancy bags. I do have some nice bags, but they were like gifts for big, you know, milestone birthdays. And but other than that, I don't spend money other than the necessities and art supplies that's slowly making its way into necessities. And that's why, like, my sister Bless, I had mentioned, like, oh, you know, because I don't buy like clothes. It's just like people will know, like they will notice that all my clothes are the same. And if you look at a video from 5 years ago, the outfits are the same as the they are now, and they are, because I don't buy clothes. Like, if there's nothing wrong with them, then I keep wearing them, and it's fine. And also, my new clothes are hand-me-downs from my younger sister, and I'm okay with that. So it was quite out of character for me to actually spend money on art supplies, and um but they do, you know, I derive so much joy from them and from testing them and learning about them and sharing that information with you, that I do it, but it's not in my character. Oh yeah, Boston, yeah, exactly. CSA Punch, yeah, she's so funny, so funny. And sometimes, you know, when you're like, oh, you're thinking, is it just me? And then a stranger on the internet makes a video that just completely encapsulates how you feel and what you're thinking, and you're like, oh, so it's not just me, it's everybody. It's hot in Texas. Wow, I am so shocked. It's so, like, it's not cold here, but it's getting there. And it's definitely autumn. Like, I was driving on the M25, which is like a big motorway, and the colors of the hill, like the hills, were just the most stunning colors. And I'm facing forward and looking, and, you know, eyes on the road, but I'm just like, whoa, look at those colors. They were awesome. They were everywhere. And then, oh, I'm sorry. The question was, do I think it is worth £5,000 for the Florence Academy? Now, it's very difficult. I can't make it a fully informed answer. I sound like a politician, but I can't make a fully informed answer because I honestly don't know about the program itself. What I can say is that it depends on how you, like, the things that I would consider would be how you are as a learner, like the program itself and how you are as a learner. Are you the type of person who can learn online from, I hope it's also in-person tutorials, but, you know, not in person, I hope it's live as well as recorded, as opposed to just a course, if that makes sense. But are you the type of person who can learn in that kind of environment, who would find it beneficial? And if you are, then, and it's a good course with good reviews and it's legitimate, then it's worth considering. But part of me would also wonder whether it would maybe be worth, I don't know, it's very tricky because I don't know the course. And it could be that it's like one of the best courses with lots of amazing teachers, and there's like live demos as well as live online demos as well as recorded demos, and that this motivates you and it's how you learn, and it really just, you know, in which case, yes, it's perfect. For me, I really struggle learning like online. I think I don't watch tutorials. I don't watch tutorials. It's not how I learn. I learn by trying and doing, and so it would be difficult for me to know. So it's tricky. I don't feel like I'm helping because I don't really know. If I knew the course, then I feel like maybe I would be a bit in a better position to answer, but I think it depends on how you learn and whether you think that you're going to get what you want from it. Like, what do you actually want from it? Do you want to be able to paint oils confidently, and have you seen results which give the impression that that's what happens with the students? Is it delivering what you actually want? These are all questions that I would think about. But I would also be careful and also be sure. So if you're not sure, maybe doing like a short course locally, or a small course that's a little bit of a lower price point, so that you know whether it's worth investing further, if that makes sense. And I say that as someone who, you know, took 2 years to start using paper because it was £2. So I don't want to put my issues onto you, but those are the things that I would think about. Daniel Smith. I would also be careful about getting Daniel Smith. I would be careful about buying art supplies on Amazon. There are some fakes out there. Why? Why would she do that? Why? I just saw your message, Potato Pirate. Why? So many questions. Ren, I'm why, my only question is like why? But Tracy, yes, be careful with the Daniel Smith, with buying any art supplies on Amazon, to be honest. I mean, it's not that fakes are common, but they can happen. And so if the price was, depending on how much I'd spend, I'd maybe think about getting it from like an actual art store, so that at least I know it's legitimate, even if it means like putting discount codes together and or waiting for like Black Friday or Christmas or some sort of promotion. Mm. Oh, Mary Claire, thank you so much for thank you so much. I'm glad that you two buy art supplies. It cheers me up. As I always love the colours you select. Thank you. And I'm always looking for sky blues and grass greens. As am I. I'm every blue I look at, I'm like, is that a sky blue or is that a sea blue? And my search for the perfect sky blue, like I guess kind of continues, but also I like using Roman Schmall's sky blue. I guess it's in the name, and also Daniel Smith's manganese blue hue. I think those are nice sky blues. Are they in this palette? Yes, this is the manganese sky blue, manganese blue hue, PB15. So it's a phthalo blue, but it's watered all, like I don't know why or how it's light. It doesn't have a white, allegedly. But it's a really lovely color. Same for the sea blue. Not sea blue. You know what I'm trying to say. Sky blue. Sorry, words. It's either very hot or very cold here. Spring and autumn are 3 days each. Oh, Terry. Mm. MB Fleur. So you know about this course as well. So would you recommend it? I'm the same. Deborah says, I'm the same. Hard to follow step-by-step tutorial online, especially on a YouTube video. Yeah, I can completely relate to that. I also never, it's so weird because when I think back, I'm like, oh, why didn't I just watch tutorials? But I think the thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Like I was watching art vlogs and like art related videos and art hauls and stuff, but it just never crossed my mind to watch a tutorial because I would rather just be painting. But it does mean, and it did mean, that I did learn some of the things the long and hard way. You know, there's a lot of things that maybe I would have learned if I just watched a tutorial. But I guess we're all different and we all learn differently. I'm also the type of person who never reads instructions when putting furniture together. Yes, yes. I'd rather see, Delbert says, I would rather see some technique and then everyone do their own thing and try it out. Yeah, that's kind of how I go as well. And I don't mind, you know, because I know some people want tutorials or step by step. And I can do tutorials, like, I just don't tend to do them often because I don't tend to enjoy them. That is why. So in my head, I'm like, what if I don't watch tutorials? Then, you know, so I try to make things that I enjoy watching as well. So that's why. But in my membership, I do have some real time process videos that I then talk over. I do also do, you know, live streams on YouTube that you will have seen where I'm painting live. So although I'm not saying step by step what I'm doing, you can at least see the process come together. And same for the Zoom sessions. Although I'm not talking about I'm doing this brushstroke and then this brushstroke, I am recording what I'm creating in real time. So if you watch it back, you will see how I am painting. But yeah, I prefer focusing on techniques as well. And I'm not saying that tutorials are bad. Obviously, they're not. Like, they're very popular videos. They help people immensely. I think it's just not the way my brain is wired. And but that being said, I don't know how to explain it. I do enjoy teaching. Like I did do a gouache course. It's available for sale if you're interested. What I'm selling is the replay of the 4-day course that I did, going through gouache, teaching how to use it, going through the steps. But I feel like the reason that worked very well for me is that it was live. As you can tell, I am not one. I need people. I need people. I feel like such a pick me. But what I mean by that is that because it was live and I was able to like talk through the process, and if you had questions you could ask and I would stop and kind of explain it in more detail. I like that back and forth with teaching, and same for like teaching medical students and junior doctors, or resident doctors as we're now called. But yeah, same with teaching medical students and my juniors. It's interactive. I need it to be interactive for the most part. Can I do it not interactive? Of course. But I just feel like it's perhaps more beneficial if it is. I don't know, maybe I'll try and do some tutorials and see how it feels. Because I do get asked for them a lot. A lot. And let me just make sure that I'm not... You're welcome, Tracy. It's only because I know that there's a few... It's not just Daniel Smith, just a few brands in general. Like I think there was a time that fake Prismacolors were there and so on and so forth. And when I went onto the way to check the ones that are most likely to be fake is to look on AliExpress or Alibaba, type in what you're looking for, and if you see it on there, then you have to be careful. Then you have to be careful because there are fakes. That's basically it. When I started seeing Daniel Smith on Alibaba, I was like, okay, for cheaper than they were everywhere else, I was like, there's a problem because they're not made in China. Things like Bao Hong, Meiden, the papers are made in China, so you can buy them from those sites, no issue. You know, it's where it's made, it's legit, it's great prices and whatnot. Usually, I haven't bought from there in a while. But if I'm seeing like Senelier, Daniel Smith, or God forbid like Roman Schmoll on Alibaba, then it's not real. Allegedly, in my opinion. I don't know what to say to not get sued. Oh, I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad that you like Manganese Blue Hue, Ren. It makes love... Exactly, I just want like a nice easy sky. Ah, MB. So MB says Florence... I'm saying it like it's a public announcement. MB says... No, but thank you. So you're saying that the Florence Academy does look legitimate, which is good. Yeah, buy local or make a large purchase and save on shipping. I live in the US. Yeah, Daniel Smith is nice from the US as well. I love Daniel Smith. Ren, I finally caved and got a bunch of Winsor & Newton gouache and want some step-by-step tutorials going from watercolor to gouache. It goes a bit too fast when someone does demos. Ren, if you type gouache inside my Ko-fi shop, you will see that I made a video called something like 3 best techniques for gouache. And in it, I highlight it's only like 10-15 minutes, but in it, I highlight like the main things for gouache. I don't know why I'm speaking so slowly. What I mean by that is the key differences for me with gouache is that gouache is opaque and I can layer gouache more easily, I would say, that I can layer watercolor. Gouache is for me more forgiving because I can layer on top of it. I can cover things if I want. I can cover mistakes if I want. And so for that reason I love it. But for me they are completely different. And so in that video, I just talk about the techniques, like how to layer so that you can do it confidently. I also talk about dry brush, and I talk about blending. And then there are a few other videos that I've done that are either real time or just talking through the process, where you can kind of put these exercises into practice. And then paint with gouache. I don't know if I've done a gouache or if it's an acrylic gouache real time painting, but if you type gouache, you'll see the videos and the video that I'm mentioning, and I think it's a helpful one. I watched it back like a few weeks ago to make sure that it was still relevant and I wouldn't change anything, and I wouldn't change anything. Though would I really want to use soft pastels I've purchased one day in my life. So easy to be seduced by a box of colour, but I need to go outside and do it. I know the feeling. And I can't even tell you, like, I mean, the day will come. The warm day, ideally, will come, and, you know, you can go out and enjoy. There's so many supplies that I am yet to use, and if I'm being honest, I do feel like shame around that, because I can't, and I don't think anyone should, but I do kind of sometimes feel like, oh no, like, yeah, I do sometimes feel bad about it, but I just haven't had the time to do it all. And then also, I guess that's what happens when you have a lot of supplies. You can't use them all at the same time, and thus inevitably things don't get used. So when I went through my month of using Sennelier, I wasn't painting with Daniel Smith, and then I started painting with Daniel Smith for a month, and I didn't use Roman Schmull, and then I missed Roman Schmull, so I started painting with that, and then I missed gouache, so I went to gouache. Like, you know, so much art to be created. Yeah, I know, like, tutorials are so popular. I love tutorials. Hey Wolfsig, I didn't say hi before, but hi. Thank you for joining. Oh, good night, Deb Smith, and thank you so much. No, I'm chatty too. Yeah, I know. I do feel like I was literally, because I then asked for, like, oh, you guys, you have no idea the things I've done for this channel. I've, like, I mean, maybe it's a story for another time, but I definitely joined a pyramid scheme in an aim to, like, help my channel and make sure that I was doing the right things and whatnot. But anyway, I did also ask for a review and kind of trying to see, is this, yeah, it's drying. Kind of trying to see how can I improve my channel, and one of the things was, like, you know, thinking about tutorials, because they are so popular, and also, like, the tutorials that I have done, I've got really good feedback, which then made me feel like, oh well, you know, if I'm good at it, why not do it and help people? It's a balance though. I think maybe I could do it if it was live. I just don't think I could. I don't know. Maybe I should try a few and see how I feel, rather than assuming that I won't enjoy it. Yeah, I know what you mean, Ren. It's not just you. I definitely recommend that video in that instance, because I go through the water control so that you can help with the layering. When it comes to the practical side of what you're describing, I just use a really big palette for that reason, so I use, oh, I don't have it to hand. It depends. If I'm using, like, a Stay Wet palette, this is not the greatest, no, this is not the right example. If I'm using, like, a piece of palette paper, which is roughly this size, I'm putting, like, a drop. I mean, like, you know, sometimes even smaller than these dot cards here, onto my palette and dotting them, and then I use my brush, usually a flat, but we'll have a round. I use my brush to maybe, like, take a little bit off the edge and then mix here, and then take a little bit and mix here, and so on and so forth. So I don't dab it on my paper towel or in my water unless I need to change the color. And even then, I will, if I have a lot of paint on here, I will like do this on my palette to try and get all the paint out before I dab it on the paper and before I put it in the water, just so that I can preserve as much of the gouache as possible, if that makes sense. And then usually I just go straight in the water, but more recently I have been dabbing it on the paper first and then putting it in the water so that my water stays cleaner for longer. So I didn't really talk about that side of things in that video. I was more talking about like the actual water control on the paper. But see, that's what I love about doing things live, because you can tell me that and I can answer. Potato, I'm sure it'll be fine. Holbein should be okay. It's, well, I'm sure it'll be fine. It's very rare and uncommon for, it's uncommon for them to be fakes. If you bought them, but try it and see how it is. It's uncommon. It's just because there was a time where there were quite a few going around. That's why I warn. And it doesn't mean that you can't buy anything, but it's more so about the seller. So if you are going to buy from Amazon, for example, you check to see the seller. If the seller is not the brand, but the actual seller, if the seller is like, an art store that you recognize. So for example, sometimes in the UK, if you look, you see the seller is Jackson's Art, but they're selling it on Amazon. So then that's fine. Do you see what I mean? But if the seller has like bad reviews or something like that, then you know to avoid. But I wouldn't stress yourself about it. I'm sure it's fine. It's just, I always double check, so I thought that I should mention it. What am I missing? Ren. What did you say? The water, yeah. Yeah, that's what I do with the water. I love gouache and I love watercolor. I love both. I use them completely differently. I love them for completely different reasons, but they are just wonderful. Hold on. I wanted to show you, well, I feel like you've probably seen my, oh wait, my paintings are here. This is heavy. So you've seen my watercolors, but yeah, gouache I just get a completely different effect, and it is versatile as well. So for example, this is gouache, and I love that, like, if you come up close, there's all these different layers. But then if you look at my sky, that's one wash of gouache, and you can see I almost did it as if it's watercolor, because I just had it really. I'm very lazy with my skies, and it's so funny because quite often the things I put less effort in are the things I love the most. But and then here, so on here is one wash, as in I'm treating it as if it's watercolor, and I love it. And there's the white is the white of the paper, but then I also mixed in some white to make it a bit lighter. And then when you come to here, loads of layers, like loads and loads of layers, which is wonderful. It's so wonderful about gouache. And then I've done other things. Let me see. This painting initially I didn't like, but then with time, I kind of did. I changed it a bit, because initially this back bit was as dark as this front bit, and then I actually added white, made it darker, desaturated it, and I preferred it a lot more. Sorry, I don't mean to make you dizzy. But again, this is all gouache, and so you can be versatile with it. But what I mean is, like, even with this bit where it's kind of like watercolor, in my head, when I look at it, I can still tell it's not watercolor, because I feel like watercolor would maybe have granulated a bit or something, where I'm doing it, but it's like a smooth wash. I can't explain it. I guess it's like a bit cloudy. Cloudy, no pun intended. But so, because someone asked, like, oh, can they just buy gouache, water it down, and use it as watercolor? And I was like, I mean, you can do anything you want in art, but will you get the same experience as if you actually just use watercolor? No. And same thing with, like, I did an experiment once, because a lot of the time people will say just add white to watercolor and it will be like gouache. I don't know who's having this experience, but it's not something I could do. It's if I'm honest, I did it and I didn't enjoy it at all. And I was like, the reason I don't tell people that is because if you want to have a true representation of what gouache feels like, and you do that, you won't get it, and you won't necessarily, if you don't enjoy it, you won't know if it's because you did this method or you actually don't like gouache. When I added white to my watercolor, oh, sorry, this is gouache as well. Just wanted to show you. And this again has loads of layers and, it's playful. I did it all the same day. So gouache is just lovely because of, for me, just being able to like layer and do like lots of details should I wish. It's versatile and it's forgiving. And it's what I love. This is also gouache. And you can see I'm layering light colours on top of dark colours. What I was saying is that I have done, it was a post that I did on Ko-fi, so I don't think I'd be able, I don't think I added it to the shop, so I don't know if I'd find it, but it was just an experiment that I did for myself because I kept hearing this advice and I wanted to try it. Thank you, Sharmak. I love the shoes too. I had such a good day. I was listening to some music on the beach and painting, and honestly, I had a wonderful, wonderful day. And as it was coming to a close and the sun was setting, I looked down and saw my shoes, and I thought, oh, you know what? Let me paint them because it will just remind me of like sitting on the beach, shoes off, and painting, and it was just so lovely. But anyway, when I did this experiment, I added zinc white or titanium white to my gouache, and these were my findings. Bearing in mind I only did this once and never again. Zinc white tends to be PW4, I believe, and it is less tinting than titanium white or permanent white. And what that means is that it is, I would say, weaker. So if you mix it with a color, the color doesn't change quite as drastically. It doesn't get as light or pastel-y quite as drastically as if you added the same amount with titanium white. So if you had the same amount of zinc white and titanium white and you added it to black, for example, you would get a darker grey with the zinc white because it hasn't changed it that much, and you would get a much lighter grey with the titanium white, which is a stronger, more tinting, more powerful white. And what that means is that quite often I like titanium white because I would like to use it for highlights, and it will stay whiter and brighter, whereas zinc white maybe will get like a little bit lighter, desaturated. All this to say, I wanted to try them both. And what I found was that if I was adding watercolor to my zinc white, first of all, understandably, all the colors are going to be pastel-y. Not totally pastel, but pastel-y. Yeah, they won't be as saturated as they would normal gouache. So that was the first thing. But then I found, okay, if I'm using zinc white, they're going to be less desaturated. So they're still going to be a bit brighter than if I use titanium white. But they're still desaturated. And the colours were just watery. Because I'm adding so much watercolour to get colour because I'm using gouache as well. Does that make sense? I was using solid watercolour with liquid gouache, and I had to use so much watercolor to turn this white gouache into a colored gouache, so much that it just made no financial sense for me because I'm using my good quality expensive watercolor to try and change the color of this gouache, and then I'm getting some desaturated version of the color of the gouache I wanted anyway, and it just wasn't. And then it's also watery because I'm picking up so much watercolor like, you know, adding water, adding to pick it up and thing. Maybe if I used tube watercolor, it would have gone better. Who knows? And then when I used titanium white, even worse, even worse because it's such a strong tinting white that I had to use a ridiculous amount of watercolor in order to make the colors that I wanted. And I was painting leaves. It was a very unenjoyable experience for me, and so I, I, I didn't really do it again. Really, like I can use maybe a little bit if I want to make a light gouache color, but honestly, I would just say for me, it would be better to buy three primary colors of gouache and three primary colors of watercolor and just use those separately than it would be to buy a set of 30 watercolors and one gouache tube and try to convert. I don't know. Anyway, what did I miss? Mm. Thank you, Ren. Art therapy. Some girls buy clothes. This girl buys art materials. Who else is guilty? Me. Definitely me. Me. And you can see at a point I was like, oh, I'm doing all these vlogs. Everyone's gonna see my outfits. But you know, it is what it is. There are two things I spend money on. Arts, well, two non-essential things that feel kind of essential but technically are not. Art supplies and travel. And even that, and you know what, this year actually I started leaning more towards travel and experiences. So although I didn't buy many art supplies, I did, you know, I went to Italy for the watercolor festival, I went to Poland for the urban sketching festival, I went to Geneva for the other urban sketching festival. So I made all my like annual leave holidays correspond with like art events, and I directed my funds towards that instead. And um it's been amazing. It's really been amazing because it's just meant that I've met so many wonderful people. I've had such a great time. Oh, look at me getting all cozy. mm, yeah, yeah. Gouache is gouache. I would say gouache is gouache, watercolor is watercolor, and I would personally just use them separately. Now, not as a hard and fast rule. I'm sure that there is, you know, it's just I just don't want people to get a tube of white gouache, mix it with their watercolor, not be able to layer, not be able to enjoy it, not have the true experience of gouache, and conclude actually gouache is not for me because you haven't yet to try gouache. So I just want you to know that there are differences. So yes, you can try it, and yes, it was an interesting experiment to do, and yes, it's like a little hack, but is it the same as actually just using gouache? It's just not for me. Um, hey. mm, MB, yeah, no, I know, and that's the thing. Like, I get quite a few comments. Some people are like, "Oh, I'm living vicariously through you. Keep traveling. I love this," um, but also I wish everyone could experience what I'm experiencing as well. I do feel um, very blessed, and not only that, I feel like I don't know if this is the case for everyone, but maybe it is. I kind of feel like when I started painting, the world just opened up to me in terms of the fact that everything looked prettier. Everything looked like a potential painting. I started paying more attention to the colors that were around me. Everything was just really lovely. And now it feels like this year it has made me appreciate that actually I'm so close to so many things, you know, like I'd been meaning to go to Cornwall for years, but I thought, oh no, it's too far, I can't do it. I need this, I need that. And obviously I was like, okay, you know what, come what may, um I'm going to go. I may not have the may not have somewhere to stay. I may not have somewhere to go. I may not have the money for the hotels, whatever it is, but I want to go and I'm going to go. And sometimes I get kind of stubborn like that. So, hence the car camping series began. And it was even better than I could have imagined. And yeah, it's I feel like through art I've now started appreciating my local areas more. I've started enjoying even going to the parks more, going on walks, going to cafes, just everything even more um because I get to create art and I'm seeing it with new lights. And also I think this year especially has made me appreciate how close everything is. And you know I was saying how part of the reason that I felt inspired to even go to Bournemouth, which is 2 hour drive away, which normally I wouldn't do. I'd be like, oh, it's 2 hours. I haven't got time. I haven't, I'm not going to go. But when I speak to you in the US and in Canada, you guys make it sound like light work. Like your neighbor is 2 hours away. And I'm like, I'm 2 hours away from some really beautiful places, or 1 hour or half an hour, and I take it for granted. Um, so I am trying to take more of these opportunities and go to more of these places, um and go on a drive or go on a walk. mm, and be flat. No, I'm glad. I'm really glad that you're enjoying it, and be Fleur, because yeah, it's I hope you get to travel too, Tracy. But yeah, I'm glad that I'm able to share a glimpse. And that's the thing, it's a balance. It is really just a glimpse of my experience, right? Because it's impossible to capture everything. And also, I think it's a balance where I don't want to, I don't want to. I want to be in the moment, I think is the best way to put it. I want to be in the moment and I want to enjoy. And sometimes that includes recording, but sometimes it just includes being present and laughing with people and having a good time. So it is a balance, but I'm glad that I'm able to share parts of it. And I'm hoping that it will inspire people um, to enjoy their local surroundings, but also just be aware of some of the events and things that are going on around that I didn't even know about until this year. Yay, potato pirate! That's awesome. I'm glad. That is fantastic. Um, yeah, I'm glad. I feel like it's taken me ages to do so. To actually take advantage and go to places and things. Um, but it's start another Kofi. I honestly, MB Flair, I have so many ideas of things, and I'm like, does this is this crazy? But for me, one of the things that I wanted to do as well was thinking about just sharing the art business side of things, like things that I again have learned the hard way that I think would be easier for if people just knew earlier on. Um, oh, your niece is a midwife in Cornwall. Is she by Truro? I was looking at like local hospitals to see if I can move. I can't move in the next couple of years, but I was just thinking, moving forward, it's just beautiful. I do think that probably it would feel a bit too far for me from my family, but that's why I was looking at like Bournemouth and like Eastbourne and Hastings. I don't know. I don't know. I just really, really enjoyed the freedom and the beauty of being in nature. Mm, Ren, Ren says, your car camping has inspired me to begin planning for my next car. My commute kills this one. All black windows. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. Mm, No, why not? Well, I went to uni in London too. I mean, I live in London. I've done everything in London, and I thought London was the be all and end all. And then all of a sudden, I started traveling outside London. I was like, who knew that London was that that the rest of England was amazing. But yeah, who knows? A travel vlog. I mean, I am enjoying sharing them. They are challenging. Travel vlogs are challenging for me to create. Because I'm just recording what happens, right, and then I have to put it together in a way that makes sense, that doesn't waste people's time. And when I'm living my life, I'm not thinking about the narrative or the order or you know, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. And so when I come to editing, I'm just like, what am I going to say? What am I going to do? How do I put it all together? But it is worth it. And I love looking back on them as well. They bring back really good memories. But Ren, I'm really glad that you feel inspired. I feel, honestly, part of the reason that I should have gone to bed is that I wanted to see if I could go like on a little car camping trip this weekend. I'm working on Monday, but I was wondering like, oh, Saturday and Sunday. But I have stuff to do, so maybe it's for the best that I haven't. But and also it is getting colder outside. But I kind of feel like I'd be fine because I have big duvets. But I don't know. I just feel like the the world is so beautiful right now, as in like England is so beautiful right now. The colors on my drive, bearing in mind I was on a motorway, and I was like, this is stunning. And it just had me thinking, like, if this is stunning, how beautiful is everywhere else? Maybe I'll look for some, like, because I'm not too far from Surrey. Anyway, sorry. Like, maybe I'll look for like a small trip somewhere. One of the things that I want to try and do as the weather changes and days get shorter is still do stuff after work, still have fun, because I kind of feel like I hibernate in winter unintentionally. I just go to work and come back, and yes, I'll do some stuff because of YouTube and because of my membership. I will do some creative stuff. That's, like I said, one of the blessings. Um, but yeah, but I don't enjoy it and love it as much as spring and summer. And quite often it's like, oh, the sun's gone down, so I'm not going to do anything productive anymore. And I'm like, trying to think of how to like break out of that, even if it's going to like maybe going to coffee shops after work or going to museums on the weekend, little random activities and that to keep myself creative and inspired. And but also accept that, what, if that's not the case, then this is just a season of rest. I can't just go 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 go. Maybe I just chill a little bit in the winter and then let the inspiration come back in spring. And by spring I mean as soon as the sun starts coming out again. Oh, you live in Guildford. I lived in Guildford. It's not freezing cold. You know what? It's been pretty okay. I think it's been like 8 degrees Celsius, 10 degrees Celsius. Um, but I have started turning the heating on every so often. I don't have. When I say 1 year, my anyway. Um, I turn my heating on and off, so I have plenty of blankets and things and duvets and things if needed. But that's what I'm wondering. Would it be too cold to do it outside? Would it be too cold to sleep in my car? I don't know. It feels like there's only one way to find out. But maybe if I do another car camping trip, I don't think it'll be this weekend because I think I'll be too tired to drive. Um, like I'm still tired, so if I did, I wouldn't go anywhere far. And so if it gets too cold, I could drive back. As opposed to the first time that I did car camping and I was 4 hours away from home. No, I've never been to Bury, but yeah, Guildford is one of the places that made me kind of realize that actually I really like being outdoors, which is so Guildford. So I lived in London and then I moved to Guildford, and it's greener, the air is clearer, there's trees, there's parks nearby, and I had a garden, a nice garden. And so slowly but surely somehow I got into this habit of like just having my dinners outside in the garden, like especially when the days were nice and long during the spring and summer and even autumn. And I just like that is what opened my eyes to actually I like being outdoors and I like nature and I like, I guess, the suburbs, is that what they're called? And then from Guildford I went back into South London and wait, did I? No, from Guildford, I then went to another place in Surrey, um, which isn't quite as green, but was near some really beautiful places. So I would go to like, it's called areas of outstanding natural beauty. Maybe I should go there. Anyway, I would go to all these places, and that's what had me thinking, like, oh, actually, I do like it. But still, I kind of felt like everything was a bit too far and I can't be bothered, and so on and so forth. And, but this year I feel like I really opened my eyes to the beauty of just like taking time and just traveling. Even if it's not abroad, just get in my car and drive an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's amazing. Mm. Yes, exactly, Ren. I am a fair weather painter. I am not painting in hailstorms, in, like, I need to be comfortable. I need to be comfortable, and and then it just makes me enjoy the painting process so much more. Now in winter, yes, I can paint at home and stuff, but which I do, right? Like I do still create, but I think naturally I slow down and I keep trying to fight it, but I think maybe I shouldn't fight it quite so hard. Mm. Boston, that is so true. And that is one of the things that, through being able to talk to you and to other people as well, and in the comments, it really did make me realize that actually it's a true privilege to be able to just travel so easily from place to place to place to place. And I didn't even realize, like, when we were in Poland for the symposium, so many people just took the, because obviously, like, in the UK, you're, an island. So I'm flying to go to Poland or Italy or wherever. But so many people had just taken the train. They just got on the train and went. And I was like, wow, to it's actually fantastic. It's actually amazing. And sometimes what I do, like a lot of my trips, what I will do, the spontaneous ones especially, is I'll go on Skyscanner and I will, if I know the dates that I'm off or I'm free or I need to get out, I will put those dates in, which is usually within the week, and I will rank the countries by price, lowest to highest. And then I literally just go down the list and see where can I go. And you'd be surprised, like especially like around now, there was a time that to go to Rome and come back was £25. It was cheaper for me to fly to Italy than to take like train to go South England. Like it's wild. Now obviously don't do it all the time, pollution, all that stuff. But yeah, sometimes that's literally what I'll do. I'll just go on Skyscanner, rank it by price with my dates, and then find cheap tickets. Now before booking the flight, it is important, imperative even, that I then check hotels, which I didn't. That's the mistake I made with Geneva. I didn't check hotels. I booked the flight, and then the hotel prices brought me to my knees. I almost considered just not going because it was so expensive. And I had no idea. Everyone that I told this was like, yeah, Geneva's expensive, Switzerland's expensive. How everybody but me knew, I will never know. But I learnt my lesson. Once bitten, twice shy. So check the flights, and then check the hotels, and then kind of work out the cost for the whole trip, and then book. Learn from my mistakes. Mm, yeah, Ran, I agree. I think, scouting spots is really helpful. Um, and then you can paint. And the thing is with this, the changes that I've made to my car are that even if I don't sleep over, there's something nice about uh, the comforts that I have in my car, should they be needed. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just have more stuff. I have my art supplies, I have food if I need, I have drinks if I need, I have blankets, I have like, it's just nice. It's comfy. Mm. Oh, Boston, that is so exciting. That is so, so good. Honestly, I hope you love them as much as I do. I really hope you love Roman Schmall as much as I do. And FYI, Roman Schmall are sponsors of my art retreat. That is so awesome. As are Pentel. Mm, let me. And Wolfsig, sorry, I missed it. I missed your question. You asked me if these are the dot cards. These are indeed the dot cards, which are the watercolor samples that I will be sending out to members once they are dry. These are for the members who were members in September and August. And if you become a member today, um, and stay, then obviously you will get the next ones as well. My bad. Oh, that is so sweet. Honestly, they are so awesome. Um, oh no, Sienna. Uh, hope hope I are really nice as well. Sorry. Hope I are really nice as well. I mean, I've come to the conclusion that yes, I have my favorites, but ultimately when it comes to a lot of the, I know they're called legacy brands. I feel like we call, anyway, when it comes to a lot of the professional brands, they are all of good quality, and they will have the basic performances which are good. Where one picks one brand over the other is then dependent on, like, maybe some of the characteristics that are specific to the company, to the brand. And what I mean by this, because I know I'm not making much sense, because I guess I'm more tired than I thought, is, say for example, so what I did, which I don't necessarily recommend, is that I had like this split primaries in Remishmore and in Daniel Smith and in Holbein and in Schminke and in Rosa Gallery and across so many different brands. And in part this was because I kind of felt a sense of responsibility where people ask me like, oh, which one do you prefer? Which one is the best? I felt like I couldn't say which one was the best or which one performed, um, or how they compared without actually trying them myself. Now, it is what it is, but that's what I did. If I were not on YouTube and I were doing my own thing, I would probably just focus on getting a main brand. So for me, it would probably be like, it would probably be Remishmore. No, it would be Remishmore. It would be Remishmore. And then maybe I would get special colors from other brands. So for example, I love some of the colors, a lot of the colors in Daniel Smith. So I may get like Piemontite, Sodalite, I may get their, oh, I love their sap green as well. I love Schminkes. ultramarine, French ultramarine, so I might get that from there, for example. So I would focus on like special colors from the different brands, perhaps. And then the other thing, or Aussie Red Gold as well from Daniel Smith. And then perhaps like if I know that I want watercolors that move a lot, I would get Core. If I know that I want watercolors that stay as they are, I would get Holbein, as in don't move. I would get Holbein. If although with Holbein, I would also accept that they have a lot of pigments inside the colors. So if I know that I don't want to do that much mixing and I love the colors as they are, then again, I would get Holbein. If I knew that I wanted, colors that move a lot, I would get Core or I would get Rosa Gallery. Do you see what I mean? But they're all good, so it's not like you have to get all the watercolors. They're all good, and then you just gradually build up from there. That is so cool, Derwood. First choice of colors, Remishmore, Aquarius set of 24 colors. Ah, the Gothic set. Excellent choice. That is fantastic. I have it. I swatched it out actually, but I don't know where I put the sketchbook. These are the colors in it. And the thing that I loved, obviously, is that when you get the set, you're getting 24 colors for £75 is what? Just under £3. My maths may be completely off. Just over £3 for each full pan. Full, not half, full pan. So it's a steal. And Ren, you know how I was talking about how I paint with gouache earlier? I found my palette. This is what I mean. So if you can see here, and then I'm not throwing away this palette because there's still paint, which means I can still reactivate it. But obviously it won't be thick and fully opaque when it's like this. So I can just add more paint on top of it, and it serves more as coloring, as like changing the color of the paint that I add rather than building the consistency. But as you can see, like this is the amount of paint that I've put, and then I like take and flip to the side and then mix. Take, flip to the side and mix. And for this is, I wish I was, oh yeah, this is for, I was using the Daniel Smith. Oh, it's not here. I don't know where I've put my other, oh maybe it's here, hold on. It's tricky, no, because everything has dot cards. It feels like I'm playing Jenga. Yes, it's here. So that was for, where are you? Where are you? Oh yeah, for this painting. Because I was using these colors and I wanted to do like a little limited palette, and so I made a mother color intentionally, unintentionally. So I was doing all my mixing here and then like layering on top. But yeah, as you can see, like put the white, which is the color I always use most, white, red, blue and yellow, and then take a bit, mix. And if I wanted it to be clean, I'd mix it on its own, but if I wanted it to be part of there, I just mixed on there. So I don't know if this is technically helpful, but what I mean is that I'm taking a bit and moving it to the side to avoid using my brush to take all of this paint off. This tiny bit that I used did this whole painting, and as you can see, it's like several layers and opaque, so it's not like I painted as if it's watercolor, if that makes sense. And I do the swatch and take away kind of thing to prevent wasting my paint. I can't remember which sketchbook I swatched the Gothic palette in. I've been using I mean, I guess it's good, but... Oh no, wait, is it this one? I thought it was this one, maybe. Oh, it is. Okay, this is the Gothic palette. Oh wait, well, I assume you want spoilers. You've bought it, or you're buying it, so you've made a decision. But these are the colours that are inside. Good night, Tracy. Wait, what am I missing? Thank you, Sienna. Yeah, the Aquarius set is wonderful. Out of the two, the essential set is my favorite. So if you can, I would say, well, obviously if you're getting both, get both. Sorry, not obviously. What is wrong with me? I wish I had I can't remember where I've swatched the essential set. Which sketchbook is it in now? Oh wait, I know. I know, but the question is, can I get it? Where are you? Hold on. I just wanted to show you the swatches of both. This is, I mean, I can see why people have a swatch book to avoid this. Like, what I'm doing is just like flipping through my sketchbooks to remember which. These are the Holbein gouache, by the way. Whoops. Holbein gouache, Holbein acrylic gouache. Anyway, just in case you're curious. But I know I have the swatches of the essential palette somewhere. The question is, do you know what? I can see the sketchbook, but it's under a mountain of things. Okay, come on. Okay. Here it is. Sorry about that. Ooh. This is the essential palette, and so I like the essential. The reason that I was like, oh yeah, essential palette is a number of reasons. One, I love yellows and pinks, and it has more yellows. That being said, the Gothic palette, I wish I could. Can I fit both so that you can see them? The Gothic palette has more blues. The essential palette has, I mean, I think they're both lovely. I would say, just looking at them off the bat, there are more yellows. This is the essential palette, the bigger one. There are more yellows in the essential palette. There's also the new colors, the nickel azure gold, the quin magenta intense, and the mineral pink. And also the essentials palette is sold out everywhere and really hard to get. But they are both beautiful and really lovely. I mean, after all, I did get both. But if you really like blues, then you'd probably also really enjoy the Gothic palette, because it has cobalt sea blue, ocean blue, phthalo turquoise, blue sky, phthalo blue, ultramarine intense, Aquarius cobalt blue. So that is what, 7 blues. And then it also has 6 earth colors. It's tricky. Again, I guess it depends on what you like painting. For me, I like the essentials palette more. I think maybe because it also has more, like, you know, more of the specialty colours. The Misty Morning, Delwood, the Autumn Green, the Aquarius Green, Aquarius Violet, Shadow Violet. Anyway, don't need to list them all out. But yes, just in case you want to see, this is this one. And this is this one. But you've picked my favourite too, so. Although I have got some others. What I'm going to do one day, maybe it will be like another live stream, is I just want to swatch out all the sets on paper. I have actually printed out the names, but I just want to, you know, it'd be easy to just have like A4 paper and be like, this is this palette, this is this palette, this is this palette, and just have them side by side so that you can visually just see the difference. And I've been meaning to do that for ages, but I just haven't done it yet. Yeah, sorry, I didn't say. So just to clarify, this is the Gothic palette. And then, oh yeah, the Omrani. Is that might be, is that my, did I swatch? I don't know. I don't know. This is the Essentials set. Can I do that by Tuesday? I don't know, it'd be tricky. I don't think I can do it for all the sets. The thing is, it's not even the time consuming bit, is just the organization of it all. Do you know what I mean? The printing, the writing, that's the bit. I'm looking through, hold on. I'm looking through my swatches. I don't know if I swatched the Mona Omrani one. These are the greens. I've done swatches. I've done a PDF of all these swatches that I've done. It's on my Ko-fi. If you type in swatches or Roman Schmall or Roman, then it will come up. It's completely free for everybody. The question is where, I can't, you know what, off the top of my head, I can't actually remember swatching the Mona Omrani set. I know I have it, but did I swatch it? Did I make a video swatching? So this is, you see, I've printed this because I wanted to do the said, you know, just swatch everything out and have them to hand, but I just haven't got around to doing it. Ooh. Okay. Sanelia dot card. Oh yeah, do you know why? Because I was like, I actually really enjoy Sanelia. Why am I not using them? Why am I not like sharing them? And so I shared them, and then I painted with them for a month because I fell in love with like layering my watercolors. What is this? What is this? Oh, okay. It's for another video. I haven't done it yet. Did I swatch the Mona Omrani set? Oh, what is this? No. No, these are like the new colors that came out in 2023. These are all the colors with buff titanium to see the different mixes. Maybe I didn't. Okay, let's see. Painting. Strontium Violet. My very first Roman Schmall set. The set of 5 Roman Schmall. More Roman Schmall. Paintings. Painting. 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 Winsor & Newton gouache. Essential palette. I don't think I have Mona's palette. As in, like, I have the palette, but I don't think I have the swatches. If I do, my sleep-deprived brain can't remember. If I was Mona's palette, where would I be? I'm so sorry. Yeah, I can't find them. When did I get it? Was it the holidays? No, it was after the holidays, because I think it was this year. So, but I honestly can't remember, like, no, this is the Gothic palette, because I was like, oh, I wanted to swatch on this, right, but my Essential palette version of this, I messed up, so now I'm like, I need to take a picture of this, or scan it, or whatever, so that if I mess this up, like I messed the other one up, I can just print it out and do it again. Yeah, I don't know where I have, I can't remember ever making like a set swatch page for it, but that doesn't mean I didn't do it. As you can see, I swatch a lot. Unless maybe did I do it in here? I'm just checking my Caddy Fat book, because sometimes for, like, you know, quick fun swatches, I'll do them in here. Like, these are Daniel Smith swatches. I mean, I just did this. Initially, I did it to be like intentional, and I was going to write the names down, and then I was just enjoying doing this and relaxing, and I like the look of it that I never wrote the names down. So it's pretty to look at, but very unhelpful. But I can't remember. This is so annoying. I'm so sorry. Unless, does anyone have the names in the Mona Amrani set? No. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. No. Because I have this swatched out, and I was like, is this the Mona Amrani set? And I just didn't label it, but I can't can't be sure. Anyway, I will. It's a project for next time. Oh yeah, look what I found. This was like the favorites palette. Oh, it starts with white. Do you think it's this then? How many colors does it have? Titanium white, benzimidazole yellow, nickel azo yellow, permanent yellow, yellow ochre. This might be it. Okay, here's the question though. Is there Misty Morning inside it? And next to Misty Morning, is there some sort of Shadow Violet? Yeah, this is then this must be the set. But how many colors does it have? Because I've got 31 swatches. Why would I? Hey Leslie. Okay, so this is the unlabeled, and 3-4 sketchbooks later we found the Mona Omrani set. So I don't know why I have, oh no, disregard, I just didn't count right. Is that what happened? Yeah, maybe I was doing a comparison. So what does it end with? Which are the colors that are not in it? So it has like cobalt. Oh, these three. It was like this. These three were the new, like they were new editions that came out separately. So this is the Mona Omrani set here. Thank you so much, Derwood. Yeah, this is the Mona Omrani set here, and the titanium brown, cobalt blue, and chromium green were new colors that had come out as like a standalone release at the same time. Well, not same time, but I got them at the same time. So it ends. So this is what it looks like. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Yes, we got to the end. So this is, I hope, after all that confusion, I'm so sorry. Thank you. This is the Mona Omrani set, which, so, because now I'm like, which one is actually my favorite? I mean, the Essentials is still my favorite, but between Gothic and Mona Omrani, which one? I don't know. So, Essentials. Essential Mona Omrani. Essential Mona Omrani. I think I still like the Essentials. It's brighter, more pinks. Must be more pinks. Essential. It's brighter. Mona Omrani. Essential. And then yes, Derwood found the secret magic links and got titanium brown way before everyone else did. Way before we even knew it was a thing. And then and then here we have Mona Omrani and Gothic set. So Gothic is the one with the drawn palette, and Mona Omrani is the one with the big swatches. See, this is the thing. between the two, I think Mona, I think I like Mona because of these purples here and more yellow. Well, only 2 yellows to be fair, which is the same. 2 yellows and an orange, and then 3 pinks. So I guess more reds, more pinky reds in the Mona and Rani set. But then the Gothic set is really nice because, as we established, it has loads of blues. And then it has sap green and hooker's green, which I really like. But this also has hooker's green, phthalo green. Wait, is this the same palette? No, it's not. Okay. I was like, oh my gosh. It ends the same. I was like, wait, and there's a... No, it doesn't even end the same. I just thought for a second. Titanium brown is a lighter brown. Yes, this is titanium brown up here by Remishmore. PBR 48. It's like a unique pigment. But yeah, it's lighter and it does not come in the Mona Rani set. It's I just got it at the same time and I swatched it on the side. Yeah, Durwood is Durwood is the phone a friend that we have when it comes to art supplies, pigments. You can imagine this live stream without him would have been shambles. Oh, don't worry. I hated granulation when I started as well. Now I enjoy it, but like I enjoy it, but it's not a be all and end all for me. It's just I enjoy it. Well, friends, given that the sun is starting to rise, I think it's time for me to go to bed. You will never be replaced, Owen. But no, honestly, thank you all so much for such a wonderful evening. I'm so glad that I was able to finish finish the first batch of the dot cards. I didn't think that I would. Oh my gosh, I had such a great time talking with you. I really appreciate all the kind words, all the encouragement, the chatting, the very, very, very kind tips. You all are amazing. Special shout out to Durwood for helping me, reminding me the supplies that I have, pigment info, and just like reading my mind when I was too tired to read it myself. But yeah, you all are so amazing. And I'm glad that we could help Boston, and I really hope that you love all your new colors as much as we do. So if you are enjoying it, don't forget to like the video, pretty please. If you would like to join my membership, I implore you to do so. It is linked in the description. If you would like to get some happy mail, be sure to join. If you would like to perhaps paint together in person one day, then join the waitlist. And yeah, and we'll see what happens there. But thank you so much to everyone who's joined, and yeah, I'll leave you guys to it. I honestly really appreciate you. I had a really lovely night. I did not think it was I couldn't have expected it to be as amazing as it was. You always leave me feeling happier and better than before I started, so thank you all so much. I'm so glad that you found me too, Wolfsig. Good night. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Oh my gosh. Good morning and good night. Bye.